See if I'm stinky today. Nah, it's cool. Okay, so Tristan's sleeping. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Hold on. By you guys, I mean me. I don't know if me can hear me. Okay. But Tristan's still sleeping, and I hesitate to wake him up because he's so adorable right now. So I'm just gonna let him sleep for a little bit. And because he lets me sleep, and so I figure I'll start streaming when I'm awake. And then I'll make sure to take my meds. I turned off one of my meds alarms, kind of, not really. I turned off my wake up alarm because it ruins everything. I've got my meds alarm still, so I'll take my meds, and then I'll be more awake than I've been the past few days. I just need to remember to do that. Okay, but I wanted to go ahead and hop in because there's reading I want to do, and I've been up now for like 2 hours, I think, and I've got all these things I want to do, and I'm just like, I can't. I mean, I have to. There's a lot I want to do. Okay. For example, there's this like fire pal thing that's like new, who's like fucking top dog, fucking fire pal, and he looks awesome, right? But I wouldn't be able to get him to go to the world tree. Well, I haven't looked up. I can breed him. I can get one. So I'm gonna do that. But in order to do that, I have to rob Tristan of his Neptilius. So I probably won't be able to do that right this minute because I think that his Neptilius is in his inventory. But I can find out. But that would help out with that. I was looking up different pals and stuff like that. So I have an entire list of like what I want at workshops. His Neptilius is right there. I'm gonna steal it. He's so mad at me. He's gonna be like, that bitch is trying to water my crops. My pals are gonna starve. No, they're not gonna starve. It'll be okay. Look, it's a boy. It's a boy, and I can breed it with. What do I have to breed it with? I have to look it up. I had it written down. Blazemont. Blazemont. Okay. So I need 4 of the Rinjishis. So this with a Blazemont. But we only have the one Blazemont. So I have to steal his Blazemont too. And hope that we do not get Night Owl, because that bitch is annoying. So anyways, I'm stealing his pals so I can breed them. But I'm doing the work, like I'm doing it. Oh god. He's gonna be like, where are all my Blazemont pals? And I'm gonna be like, I don't know, man. I'm gonna fucking It's fine. It's fine. He won't be mad. He won't be mad because he likes me. But I am gonna put my chillets on pause temporarily. My chillet breeding on pause temporarily. I do have some eggs. I'm gonna pop the eggs in there. They're already in there, and then the rest are in my pocket, right? So, but for these guys, for right now, I'm gonna take these guys and just temporarily take them out of the breeding thing. I'm gonna put these guys in the breeding thing because I need four good ones of these. Let's get those in there, okay? Breeding farm needs to be this guy and this guy. So go ahead, get in there, guys. Get in there. Do I have any cake in here? Yes, I do. So I don't have to worry so much about it. So I want to get at least a male and a female. So preferably without having Night Owl on it, because it's gonna suck. But I wouldn't mind having Legend on it, because that's just fucking awesome. But it's not like it really matters. It's mostly about work speed. Work speed is what I want. Because they're going to be my fire pals for the workshop. As far as base pals go, I've been trying to, or this base pals. What am I doing? Oh, oh, so I was thinking, because I was looking into it and I was like, well, if I was smarter, if I wanted to do like a full like flower pal thing, right? So everybody who's at this particular base is not going to be perfect. Hi, Hop. Welcome in. You're first. Yeah, fabulous. I've been talking to myself, so that's cool. And I'm so glad the numbers go up. That's great. Welcome in, Brenda. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, I'm trying to be a little bit quiet because Tristan
Brando
is
underscore
sleeping.
spuds said aggressive positivity check in. You're
Thank
fucking
you.
fantastic and doing an
Oh my
amazing fucking
gosh.
job. I am fucking proud of you.
Bruh, you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be cooling the fridge. The fuck? Oh, Lord. Well, now my food's gonna get cold or warm. Where's husband? He is sleeping. And he's too cute right now, so I don't want to wake him up. But I was saying, I stole some of his pals. Look, look, I stole these two. Because I found out if I breed them together, I can get the Renjishis. And I want to get those two to he'll wake up at some point. He'll wake up. I'm just want him to sleep a little bit because he's been working really hard. And if it gets to like 11 o'clock, I'll wake him up. Tickle his toes. No, he's so cute. He's sleeping. Anyways, so I found out I can. Okay, I'm gonna put Jesse in here. This is these breeding pals. Oh, I was gonna bring Nat back to this base. Nat's gonna be one of the coolers for this base, cause I think she's adorable, and I want her here. So I'm gonna get 4 chillets, even though technically speaking, it would be better to get a Petalia Ignis for that, but I'm gonna get the Prunellias for growing a Prunelia for growing the crops or planting the crops. Then I'm gonna get a Petalia Ignis for gathering the crops, and I'm gonna have a uh what is it? Ophidia. I'm gonna get an Ophidia, which I also found out I can. He lets me sleep, you know. So like he's been okay. So all the streaming that I've been doing, that we've both been doing, he's been doing pretty much like an hour extra because I've been like taking a nap, like part of the way through because I'm like I'm fucking tired. I need a nap. But he doesn't take a nap, you know. He just sits there and works fucking hard the whole day. It'll be okay. Be okay. Oh my god, it's fucking night owl. When the fuck are you supposed to breed? Bruh, wake up. Oh no. Get up. Oh no. This is stupid. I hate that place, my dude. Okay, let's see what that. No. No. Ooh. The fuck? Oh, don't do that to me. I'll probably keep that one. Keep that one around. Because that's actually a really good passive, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Okay, well, that kind of. I would say throws a wrench in things. It does not. I'm gonna save this one though. This one has, what is it, diamond passives that I want? Or is it number 3? Yeah, 3 hits of diamond passives. That's getting saved. Anyways. So, yeah, he's been working a lot harder than I have lately. Um, and besides, it gives me a chance to catch up a little bit. I think he's like way ahead of me, bro. Even those like 2 extra hours he has on me are like crazy. But it doesn't help that I spend a lot of time building too, so. Um, I don't think my song requests are actually working right now. So I'm gonna refund your points. I'm gonna refund your points and I'm gonna turn off song requests just because it hasn't been working lately. I can't refund your points. So I'm just gonna turn it off and then thank you for trying, I guess. Um, just turn that off because it's not working. It's just Spotify's been wonky lately, that's why. Yeah. Let's see. I will double check just in case. Maybe it did go through. No, I don't think so. Thank you, appreciate it. Oh my gosh. How are we gonna get work done? I is this guy at least nocturnal? I don't know. I don't know. You're not worried about a few points. Okay, good. Okay, so we're gonna have these guys here. I'm thinking about getting a shroomer to get some mushrooms in here too, but I might just get a shroomer over for. Did Tristan put a shroomer at the farm over here, maybe? Because I know he was talking about mushrooms at some point. I just don't know if he ever did anything about it. Let's find out, because I never caught a shroomer. Let's see if he did. No. Oh, and I also increased the number of pals that you can have at your base to 25. So 5, 10, 15, 20. This is up to 23 now. So it will increase pals still. But I did that because when I was trying to count how many pals I needed at my workshop, I was like, okay, well, if I get all these work pals that I need them to be working, then I'm only going to have like enough room for like one transporter for the entire fucking base, and I'm not going to do that. I will stretch. Thank you. Leave alone is my purpose in life to annoy him. I did. Also, it's my purpose in life to annoy him. I'm his wife. Jeez. I guess it's both of our purposes. Okay, so let me go back here really quick. I don't have a shroomer, but we can get a shroomer for mushrooms, and we could drop that off at the thing because I think we both need that. Honestly, I think we both just need cake in general because we're both breeding. Here, there's like 4 inputs here, so you see how the placements are standing there? That's going to be replaced by what I'm trying to breed right now. Um, I want to get, I think I have written down like 4, like two of the duelists. I don't want this guy. He's too fucking big. To be fair, he is like an alpha, I think. Yeah, he's a boss type, so he's gonna be big. Um, I have the mining ones replaced with blazemots. Except for I prefer a blazemot Ryu, but those only come from like raids. Um, then the wood choppers are going to be a different pal that I don't even fucking have yet. And then my handicraft guys are going to be these guys right here because I love them. And the electric guys are going to be birds. There's these birds. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Birds. Um, electric birds. I'm going to have 2 of those. I could probably go ahead and put an electric bird out here. But it's not the electric bird. It's just a different electric bird.
Looking good.
My alarm went off. That's my alarm because I have it set to turn off the. I wanted it to stop using my Spotify. That was using my Spotify. Anyways, beacon? Yeah, that's the one. Well, no. The beacon is temporarily. There's another electric bird that I'm going to be getting that has better electric stuff. It is called a um dynamoth. Called a dynamoth, and I can breed together a Nymptilius and a Herbal. So that's another thing I was going to breed too, is because I stole Tristan's Nymptilius. Do I have another Herbie? Or is this a female? No, that's a male. Herbie's a boy. Do I have any more Herbies? I swear I've got like more Herbies, yeah? Do I only have one? Okay, well I only have one Herbie, but I can get more. I can get more. I know where they live. They live around here. Okay, so I need to get a Celestealer and a Kitsune Noct. Both can be found on Fabric. I have look, I've been up for a while. You don't think you've seen it yet? I haven't seen it either. Oh. I was like gonna fly over there and I was like, oh, they're just fucking right here. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. What do I get? Any girls? Any girls with good like working stats? No, that one sucks. The other one sucks. What's this one? No, I don't care. Look, we're just gonna catch a bunch of hamsters until we have one with good working stats because we're gonna want that to be passed down. We want good working stats. Those are some shit hamsters. Just catch a bunch of fucking hamsters. Why not? Oh, get in. Excuse me. Excuse me. Rude. What the fuck is wrong with you? No one has the ability to ignore you, it seems. That one's clumsy. Yeah, that tracks. Okay. I'm gonna have all the hamsters fucking mad at me now. No, get in the ball. Get in the ball. I'm gonna anger every single hamster in this fucking region. Motivational leader, that's not too bad, but it's not like really what I want it for. Oh my god. And it's gotta be a girl too, because his Neptilius is a boy. And that bitch was hard. It killed like all my pals. Except for my Herbie, weirdly. Runner, not good. Not good. Jesus Christ. Get in the fucking ball. I could throw a better ball, but you know what? Bitch. It's a good thing I have like such an excess of these balls. That has nothing. Which is honestly better than something bad, because at least I can't breed it down. Get in the ball. Terrible. All these are bad. There's some shit hamsters. Herbie's the only good hamster. I've got proof. Look how many hamsters I'm catching. And the one hamster I caught is fucking amazing. You know what's good though about me catching all these fucking hamsters? Is even if they're not good, I could still condense them into Herbie. That's got logging foreman, not very helpful. That one has Masochist, not good. How many fucking hamsters, bruh? It's like real life. This is what happens. They just breed. Artisan! Ooh, that one's good. I got Artisan. Conceited, that's not bad. I hope Artisan's on a girl, if I'm not mistaken. Musclehead, not too shabby. Get in the ball. Masochist. Bitch. They don't hurt. Because they're such low levels. Fit as a fiddle, not bad. I think I'll make this one my last one, and then we'll see what we got when we get back. Additional leader, too. I got this Frostallion yesterday, for those who didn't see it. Oh my god, what is Holy Burst? I've heard of Holy Burst. What is it? I need to see it. I need to see it. I need to see it because I've never seen it in action. I've just damn. Okay, cool. Back to the house. Yeah, let's try and get some electric babies. Good, 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 good. Alright, what do we got here? Oh my god, really? No! It's a mutation. What the fuck? I wasn't even giving it cold cakes. That's that first mutated egg, though. Not what I wanted, but cool. I guess. None of those are what I want. Let's see. You bitch! He woke up, turned fucking threw a plushie. You're awake? You're awake? I could tickle your toes. Hob wants me to, or Nat wants me to tickle your toes. I thought Hob said it first. He's pretending to snore. Son of a bitch. Alright, I'm trying to get these through. Kick his ass. And he deserves it too. Yeah, you. He's awake now. Nat said, tickle the toes! He's got to the bathroom now. I stole your pals for my own my own purposes. Anyways, okay. Fair enough. He said we're communists, they're our pals. Okay, let's see. So we have the Nautilius, which is male. And we want a good female Herbie. Oh my god. Let's see. Terrible, 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 terrible. I mean, mid. Terrible, 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 terrible. Terrible, terrible. Good. That's gonna be the one. Yeah. Jesus. Get out of here. Get out of here. So I'm gonna have this guy out just wandering around. Not, I mean, he can just fucking walk around and do whatever. I don't care. Sorry, my bad. So I'm trying to get those done. Then I'll have more eggs. This will be 2 more chillet eggs. I can't believe I got a mutated egg. I don't know what's gonna be in it. That'd be cool if it was a Blazing Mew or Ryu, but I don't. It's not gonna be. I don't wanna close your eyes. I don't wanna fall asleep. Yeah, I don't. Oh, that's why we don't keep them in here, because now you're 55% stinky. That's like 40% stinkier than me. Gross. Go take a shower. Nasty. The fuck was that noise? Is that the fucking whale? Is that that guy? Oh my god. It's so hard to get eggs from these guys because they're never awake at the same time. Jesus. You literally just had a shower? Well, I don't know what to tell you. Did you shower and shit? Gross. I don't make the rules. You just have to go by what it says. Let's see. I'm gonna go over here. You showered and then immediately went for a jog. Okay, so these two right here are gonna be these two and this huge one here are going to be these two and this one are both the chillets. Or all, yeah. And then there's the one purple large scorching egg and then the mutated egg, which are going to be, well, one of them will probably be what I'm looking for. But once I get a male and a female, like a breeding pair of that, as long as it doesn't fucking have nocturnal on it, or night owl. I don't mind insomnia. Insomnia is fine, but night owl is awful. Look at this. He sleeps during the day. She sleeps during the day. Terrible. What I could do is get one of the Blazimots that I already have and give it a sex change. Tristan has one of those sex change things, I think. And that would make my life a lot easier. Maybe I'll do that. How do I make the sex change chair? I don't think Tristan will be mad if I like steal.
Take your morning meds.
Okay, fine. I'll take my morning meds. Look at that. See? I get to hear it. I'm not super distracted. I'm gonna take my meds now. If you guys got meds to take them. Surgery chair. Sunday. What's today? Alexa, what's today?
Today is Tuesday, July 14th.
Okay. It's Tuesday, innit? Tristan's caught me on that. Anytime I ask what day and it happens to be Tuesday, I'll always go, "It's Tuesday, innit?" And he copies me now. He like says it over me. I'm like, "Am I that predictable?" 11 days until Anthony's birthday. Ew, what you guys doing? Is he making curry? Is he cooking for his birthday? All right. How do we make surgery chair? Refined ingot, we need 3 more of those and 10 corrosive solvents. Must do the I know, that's what I'm saying. You're telling me like I'm in charge of it at all. I can't cook. I'm gonna prove to everybody I'm not true waifu material is like just everybody knows I don't cook. Very refined ingots. Eh. Go. You gotta be hell extra. You know they're upstairs sleeping, right? You're good. But if I could take this blazonite and give it a sex change, then ha 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 ha. Let's where's the one we want? This one? This one's the one we want. Yeah. Okay. And then we're gonna go to Tristan's base. Steal his thing, because like he's not using it. And also I'm sure he'll appreciate it, because I'll let him use it when I'm done. There we go. He found it. I've never done a sex change on a pal, so I'm very curious to how it looks, works. I don't know. What? That wasn't a girl. There's no way that was already a girl. I made it a boy. I thought it was a boy. What the fuck? Damn it, now he's really not what I want to get. Okay, look. He had 2 of them. Just, damn it. Don't tell Tristan. He's gonna be like, where's my sex change things? I'm gonna be like, I don't know, man. So weird. I don't know. Where were they? He's gonna be like, oh, I guess I lost them. Let's fucking gaslight him into thinking he lost them. So we're gonna do this. So mad. I thought there was only the one girl. No, I'm so... God damn it. I don't pay attention. Because I can't fucking read. That's why. He's so mad at me. He's not gonna be mad at me, it's just a thing. I'm saying he's gonna be so mad at me because, like, trauma response tells me that that's exactly what will happen. But I know he won't. He will not be mad at me for even, like, a second. Even though I deserve it. I deserve the hate. I deserve the anger. Jeez. I feel like I do. I just like wasn't paying attention and use like those things I just used, those are like really valuable. And I just used both of them to like mess it up. No. Human can't read. It's because I was just talking to him yesterday about how like um I was like what was it? Oh, he was talking about how he wanted to breed his Blazemutts, and I was like, "Oh, well, I have a female Blazemut for you." And the only one I saw was this one right here that has Night Owl, and we were both like, "Oh, that's really shit," right? And we didn't want to breed with that, but we're like, "Oh, I guess we'll try and breed it out." But I think I forgot about the fact that I was like, "Oh, I can't let you use my Blazemutts right." I think I forgot that I said I can't let you use my Blazemutts right now because they're working. And for some reason, I interpreted that to mean all my Blazemutts are male except for this one, and it sucks. Whatever, whatever, whatever. Well, now I feel bad because I was just basically like, you can't use my shit. Can I make more of these egg things? Probably. Let's see. Let's make at least one more, maybe. So I really want to see what that mutated egg is. I just like, I don't have patience. I want to see what that mutated egg is. We should get the chill outside making more cakes. Alright, ultimately, this Clovey guy is not going to be here. Clovey guy's not going to be here. I haven't decided if the Shermanock's going to be here. The twins, the little twin things, are not going to be here. Why? Because I'm going to get all of their stuff maxed out. He'll be here. They'll be here. Prunelia will be here in replace of I guess the planting right now is being done by, planting and gardening and stuff is being done by this guy. Watering will be replaced by the Ophidia, which I need to also breed that. What do I need for that one? Celestere, I need for lumbering for the workshop. Not super worried about that. Noclum plus Palladius. Let me check those, because I have a Noclum and a Palladius. But I don't know if they're opposite genders. But I do also have a Noclum and a Frostallion will also get an Ophidia. I just need to look at genders. My Frostallion is a female. My Noclum is a female. So that combination's not going to work. And my Palladium is a male. So my Palladium and my Noclum make one. I just would like to not get destructive on it because that'd make it worse. But that's cool. And it's got Celestial Emperor on it. Not that that's necessary. This one right here is what I want. Hey, babe. You know how you were wanting to breed Blazimuts, and I said you can use this Blazimut and it's female, and it had Night Owl on it. Well, I was like, oh, this one sucks so much. I was like, well, what I could do is I could take my good Blazimut and I could do a sex change on it, right? So that I can breed it with the Neptilius, right? Because basically they were alternating sleep. It wasn't working. So I did a sex change on the Blazimut, and as I did that, I accidentally turned it male because I didn't realize that that was also a female. And so I used both of them to do nothing, essentially. just, I just want to let you know, I love you.
Oh my god, I got a monster!
Yeah, I brought you a monster. Yeah.
Time to get everything set up.
And from the Neptilius and the bad Blazima, I got a huge mutated egg. It's my first one. I didn't even use a fancy cake or nothing. It was just random.
Yeah, there's a chance always that you can get.
You need the monster? Go get a monster, Nat. I'm drinking, like, I haven't had this many monsters since I was in fucking high school, dude. I lied. Not high school. Working. When I was working jobs.
You are working.
No. I think high school was my rock star era. Monster came later. But I'm putting my chillet breeding on hold because I want to breed these guys together. And then I'm going to also need to breed your Noctilius with a hamster.
Oh.
Let me make sure you're getting picked up through OBS. Want to say words, babe?
What? What?
Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Hubby's here, guys.
I'm, not real.
The first thing that was said in the chat was, where is husband?
Who said that?
Brenda.
Oh no. Like they like me or
Oh
something.
my god. That's my husband, guys. You can't have him. That one's really good. I mean, it's not good for what I want it for, but it's good. It's better than I expected it to be. What's that one? That one's really good. Except for the night owl. It's a legend and has night owl. So you know it's good.
Ew.
Yeah. No, actually chill it. So,
But the settings.
okay, I want to see it. I want to see it, guys. I want to see it. I want to see what it looks like.
Hmm. You talk?
No.
Oh my god, she come through my mic.
Okay, would you like to see who's going to be my fire pal?
No.
Well, I'm going to show you
Okay.
anyways.
No!
Oh, you're not even in the fucking game.
I'm not in the game. I don't have the invite code.
It is 5EAAK8.
Wait, what? 5E.
AAK8.
A-A-K. Oh. A.
It's like,
Oh no, everything's starving in my base.
Sorry. I starved them.
No, did you steal all my minestrone?
Yes. No. Ooh, I got a watering book.
Let me. I think I'm ready to go live.
Okay, cuckoo.
Okay, I go live.
I'm gonna go to your house.
They're chasing me, trying to eat me. No.
You put berries in there. Okay, I'm going to your house real quick. Because I need you to see something. Okay. Come up to the top of your base so I can show you.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Okay.
I do this. I'm on my way.
This is going to be my workshop's fire baby, okay?
Yeah. Oh. Oh, the Renjishi.
Yep. 8 kindling.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I'm going to breed them. I'm going to get good ones.
I'll go to this. I'll go here.
I have 2 of them technically right now, but like one of them has night owl, so it sucks. And they're also both male.
Okay. I sent invite to collab.
Oh, right. I'm invited to join Aiko Heartblossom on stream. That's so weird. What a weird way to word it. Oh, I'm already in it. I'm already in it because I never left.
Sharing. There we go. We have shared chat.
Nice. So I found out about the Blazement Ryu, right? I looked it up.
Yeah.
The only way to get it is to do a raid, and then at the end of the raid, it drops an egg.
Oh.
So you have to have the Blazement Ryu raid thingy.
Okay.
And the only way to breed them is with each other.
So you need to do a couple of the Blazemont raids.
Yeah. I am worried about it because I can just use the regular Blazemonts.
We can get them.
Well, no, I'm just saying, aesthetically speaking, the regular Blazemonts fit the Renjishis better because they're both red.
True.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get the Blazemont reuse eventually.
Also, I increase the max PAL amount for each base to 25.
Ooh.
Just because I was doing some calculating for how many I needed at my workshop. And if you wind up doing calculating and you realize you need more, let me know. We can increase it again. I increased it based on my own personal needs.
Mm-hmm.
But you're like, you can put 23 in there at the moment.
Where is...
I need to go catch a Celestere and a Kitsune Noct. And you have a Univolt Crest, right?
Yes, 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 I do.
I'm gonna want that. I'm gonna want like 3 of those. You don't want to give me yours. That's not what I meant. I just meant in general.
He's gonna steal my uniform.
Yep. Sorry. I know he's your main ice fighty pal, but no, fuck you.
You don't want the rain drinks?
No.
Bitch.
I want it to be better at ice. It's for cooling. So basically, I need 4 Ringishis, 2 Dynamoths, 2 Celestier Nox, which I guess I could just Celestier, I think. Did I just use Celestier or the Celestier Nox specifically? What was that for? Lumbering? Oh yeah, Celestier Nox is weirdly just like slightly better. But no, I could use a Celestier. It's actually prettier and it'll be a lot less work. Unless, hold on. Between the Celestier and the Hartalis. Doesn't matter. Either one. At least I know where to get a fucking Celestier. And then, Blazemutt for the mining. So I want to breed Blazemutts too. Give you back the crappy one if you want. Or you can wait. So I can give you back the crappy Blazemutt.
Nah, I'm good.
Or you can wait until I'm done breeding, done getting a breeding pair of what I need, and I can give you this one.
Don't worry, I bred an even crappier one. It's actually good. It's got artisan on it. I just need to get the negatives off of it.
God, I'm so sorry.
I'm hungry. Are you hungry?
Yes, but I tried to order. Ooh, this one has legend and artisan on it. That's not bad. I tried to order breakfast this morning, and it took me forever, and I had everything in the cart, and then it turns out it wasn't breakfast time anymore. That was gonna be from McDonald's. Yeah, so I was like, okay, fine. Went to another thing, and went to another thing and was like, okay, well, I'll just order from here. So I made an entire cart of food again, and
Uh-huh.
then I went to go pay for it, and we don't have the money for food.
Oh, we have the money for food. It's just in the savings account.
Well,
We
I
have to
didn't move
transfer it.
anything over from savings. Oh my God. What
Oh my god.
the fuck is this?
Oh yes, we still need a shroomer.
Yes, we do need a shrimmer. That was on my list of things to get also.
I need a lot of mushrooms for the lumbering research.
Yeah. So I just got a pal that has immortality
Ooh, nice.
and King of the Waves, weirdly,
Oh, that's okay.
and Fit as a Fiddle and Wellness Watcher. Okay. I'm going to show you this thing. That's the only thing I can do is show you because I feel like where I'm going to show you, you'll be able to see why I want to show you there. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's go upstairs. So you've seen yours. Rest over here. Okay.
Oh, what is that color pattern? Oh my god.
It's a Tetrois Primo.
Oh, it's a cream. Oh my god, that is so cool.
Isn't it pretty?
I prefer that color
And
scheme.
isn't it nice?
And it's big.
I know, it's so big.
Alpha.
It's not alpha.
It's not
Oh,
alpha?
it is alpha. I lied.
It's gonna go through the floor. If it was downstairs, the top of it would be through the roof.
What's his passives?
Mm.
Can be ridden while
Oh,
in party, increases durability of all weapons and armor by 88%. 88%? That's weird.
thank you for the follow, Skeptic.
He's actually not that great. He doesn't have the same passive as yours does about like increases the mining speed, everybody at the base. However, because he is alpha, he's like and mutated, he has 2 stars. So his default mining level right now is 8.
Oh, nice.
Mhm.
And you got the first today.
Oh, congratulations.
I know.
So pretty.
No.
What?
You bastard. Telling me to hydrate.
Wahaha.
Check my posture. I was shrimping, thank you.
You just woke up. You started shrimping already? Damn, boy, get it together.
I'm not awake.
Get your shit together.
I'm not awake enough to sit up straight. Where did I put my phone? Oh, there it is. No.
Maybe I'll get the Tetris Primo just for getting iron. And then, like,
How are you doing, skeptic? Hop.
the ore production is so fast. What ore do I have right now? I know it's a lot. 14,468. A little bit. Should I stay or should I go now? Why are you saying why? Why? Why is that good work? I'm so sorry.
My condolences. It's okay. You get that cash money and become rich.
Yep. And then you can retire and quit working forever.
To enjoy the last few years of your life.
Oh my god, this is huge. Why are they keep figure your shit out?
Retirement age is too late.
Yeah.
Retirement age is too late.
Flame Emperor, Lunker, Work Slave, and Stronghold Strategist. Okay.
Oh yes, let me look at research. I want to see what is required for the Hexalite armor. Oh, I could do that. I need Technologia points.
Fire attack damage. Wow, yep, that's what I. Oh, I guess that's not too bad. It does have a water skill, it looks like.
Do you want to explore Fabric?
Yeah, I do. Not right this second, but yes, I do.
No, not right this second. Yeah, it's okay.
I need to get a Celestia. I'm trying to get a breeding pair of Rinjishis, and I'm trying to get and I need to get a breeding pair of Ophidias. And by Ophidias, I mean Dynamorphs. That's good. This one's bad.
Welcome back, Natalie. You are
That's good.
under arrest.
Girl. This is also a girl, so no, it's not gonna work. We need a boy. That's good. This is good, but it's like not good for what I want it for good, you know.
What did you do? I don't know what you did, but you did it. So you're under arrest.
Please be a boy. Please be a boy. There you go.
I knew you would enjoy it, Nat, being under arrest.
What's in my inventory?
Perfect.
I have me a... I have me a good breeding pair.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I have Rinjishis. Okay, so I'm going to pull that bitch out. So I'm going to... I do need Blazomuts later, but I want to be able to give you your...
Oh my god, is someone gonna get banned? Ban. Ban. Bye bye, bot.
hamster.
Hamster.
Need to breed the ham... Weirdly, you know you're Neptilius?
Yeah?
Don't worry. Just need to breed it with a hamster.
Which one's the male?
Oh god. The Neptilius. That
Um,
poor hamster!
is that a female? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I mean, it's got easy going, so that's a negative, but it doesn't have night owl. It is a female. Ooh, yes. Active cooldown doesn't fucking matter for the base power. Cool.
You had a good place, my breeding pal? Breeding pair?
I got rid of night owl.
Nice!
Yeah. I don't care what else. It's just it's gone. That Blazermite is just
The worst.
I got a Blazermite that is just night owl.
Oh, what? Wow.
Why can't we Slippy?
Up there. That 2 is
How
breeding.
you doing, Nat? Got any plans for today? Kids are at school, right? You at work?
I also need to breed the Celestia. I need a Celestia. I need like 2 Celestias. Preferably a breeding pair, because I could do that. Lunaris, we'll see. Univolt, I need
I don't think he's gonna see.
Ophidia. What?
It's almost daytime anyway, it doesn't matter.
Starion and Celestia. I need Celestia, seriously. Frostbloom. I decided I'm going to replace Nat with a Univolt Christ, and I'm gonna put Nat as my base.
Oh, that's getting an upgrade. She's getting a
I'm
promotion.
gonna catch a bunch of them, and I'm just gonna like pump her full of like I'm gonna get her up to like 4 stars and like give her as many cooling books as she wants, and she's gonna be my either dedicated fridge pal or dedicated like whatever the thing is down here.
Pump her full of drugs, got it.
Yep. Yeah, you get to be at the big base. She's excited. What's in here?
Aiko told me this morning my breath smelled like the taco chips, and I take that as a compliment.
It smelled like the taco chips. I was like trying to give him kisses, and it was just smelled like tacos.
You're welcome, baby.
It's like, ah,
Just for you.
yum. Mm. want 2 duelists. So I need another one of those. I have plans. Like I wrote down a lot of stuff while you were sleeping.
I'm proud.
A lot of notes.
My plan. I went to sleep thinking I should get a plan for today, and then I woke up.
Mhm.
My plan for today so far is to play the game.
Breed Palladius and Knocklam.
Ah, damn it. Killed it. Hello, I've returned. Also, that I've got to mention. No, you've mentioned your birthdays on July 16th. You having a Ghostface Scream party? We've wished you happy birthday, but happy birthday again for the 16th. Ghostface Scream party. Interesting. I killed it? Dang. That's more damage than I thought.
Breeding pair, breeding pair.
But yeah, happy birthday, Jason. For the 16th. 2
Pair.
days for us.
Technically. Mostly talking to myself here. Okay, now you say tacos, but as much as you like tacos, I doubt you want to eat it out of somebody else's mouth.
What are you talking about? It's the best way to eat tacos. You do like the
Oh no, not the baby bird.
no, not the baby bird. You do it like um what's that movie?
I don't know now. I'm concerned.
The Lady and the Tramp.
Oh.
Like the spaghetti.
Oh, okay. Where the fuck is the hamster? It's in here. It's under this pile of hay. It just looks like an Neptilius is breeding with itself because the hamster's hiding. The hamster's scared. The hamster has artisan. It's nice.
If anyone judged you for that, Jason, then fuck.
Judge them for what?
Uh, furry.
Oh yeah, no, you can be furry. It's fine. Nobody gives a fuck.
We've got a lot of furries in our community. It's just
Oh,
like
did you get my Spotify jam thing?
I'm in the
Okay,
jam,
cool. Just making sure.
but I'm not in the jelly. I know that there are people who uh
I have issues with furries. I don't know.
have issues with
I'll make.
furries or judge people for things that aren't their own business, but
It's
like
really not their business.
it's literally just as long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
This is Palworld. I'm gonna tell you something. If you want, you want to see some people, you should join the Palworld Discord. Man, I think 93.6% of the people in that Discord are furries, and it's hilarious. I think furries are entertaining, but that's just me.
Without furries, there'll be a lot of boring models. They'll just be like
I know.
copy paste.
I know.
Yeah,
Segment wouldn't exist.
yeah. Also, the personal case, you're right.
They're like, how can we
Oh yeah,
take this
I
pal?
know. I'm a bit tilted. I'm sitting in the chair at my trash can. That's on purpose.
Let me get these frickin' chillets condensed.
Also, from my knowledge, the cybersecurity industry wouldn't exist without furries. Isn't that the stereotype that's actually surprisingly true?
I have no idea. Oh, I hatched a chillet earlier that has remarkable craftsmanship.
Ah,
Babe.
ADHD and OT. What?
I hatched a chillet earlier that has remarkable craftsmanship.
Is that a rainbow?
Yes.
Oh, that's the rainbow.
75% increase work speed.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, mm, 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 mhm. I hope that says enough as robes.
Herbie. And put all these other hamsters in there because we didn't want these hamsters to begin with.
Hamster.
We just went around and started I just ran around and was catching all the hamsters. Any hamsters. I was like, well, I want one with a good passive. And I found one, and that's great. But I don't want to breed hamsters, so I was just gonna pack them all into Herbie.
Mm.
Now Herbie has 2 stars. Wow, you're live. Yeah, why are you saying wow, I'm live? It's late for you, so you're heading to bed. Pop in and say hi and show I'm live. I'm glad that you're live. I did know you were live because you responded to my Tweeter posts. I did not respond to your response on my Tweeter posts because I'm not good at Tweeter. I hate Tweeter. It sucks. But I'm glad that you're live and that makes me happy.
Hello, Lucy.
Okay. Butler.
There we go. I have fixed the model.
Artisan. Nice. Espresso. I think this is also going to be espresso. Good night, sweet dreams, Lucy.
Yeah, good night, Lucy. Thanks for stopping by. We've talked about you a couple of times, wondering where you've been.
Yeah, I want to message him on Twitter.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think you got, what was it? You said you got banned off Discord or something?
Oh. Been doing some interesting things on Discord.
That doesn't surprise me. I have no idea what Lucy gets up to whenever he's not around us, but apparently he gets in a lot of fucking trouble. Suspended, right?
Suspended. Oh my god. How?
I don't know. Lucy's always getting in trouble. I don't want to know the kind of shit that he gets involved in because
Grr.
it's a lot. Whatever it is, it's a lot.
I need to move this outside. How material.
You didn't do anything? Oh yeah. That's what everybody in jail says. Everybody in jail says they didn't do nothing.
I will be right back.
Everybody's innocent. Corey knows about our report or something. Ah, I understand. That's fine. I'm just giving you shit. It's funny. It's funny to me. I don't care. If I cared, if I was thinking that you were truly up to something bad, I would not have you in our community.
As long as you're not doing anything inappropriate with people in public space, it's okay.
Exactly. What you do when you're not here is none of my fucking business. As long as you don't bring any drama here, I'm good to go. And you've never brought drama here, so we're golden. Oh, nice. What was I doing? La 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 night. La 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 la. I have been eaten at. Oh, the piano man. a song tonight. Going to buy another electric book. Because at the very least, I have one pal that works really hard. And his name is Puffy. I love him. Puppy. I'll just put that there for now. There we go. Well, this is an alpha range issue too. Damn, he's big. I like how he walks. He's like prances while holding up his skirt. Ah, yes. Da 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 da. Wa da na 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 na. It's terrible. Electric bird. Yes. Artisan and lunker. That's an interesting combination. Hello. Oh my gosh. He's like, I see that you didn't actually remove anything from the cart. I'll just order what you ordered.
I underscore am underscore Sims Lord said Aiko Tristan.
Sim. Oh, I ordered a waffle for me, and I ordered I don't remember for you. Something. Thank you. Waffle. It's got sprinkles on it. I've also got ice cream here. Have this little thing of ice cream here.
Ice cream.
I didn't want the ice cream. I just wanted a waffle.
When I was looking at the card, it was actually surprisingly cheap.
Yeah, well, this was like it's not a lot. It's cheap for it's pretty cheap for like ordering on DoorDash.
It's a burger wrap, yummy.
Waffle.
Go. Sim.
I've been yelled at.
What's this mutated egg?
That was the
A
sandwich.
video? Oh my god, a video with Eternal Engine.
You just got a video?
Yep. From a mutated egg.
That's what I need. It's got Eternal Engine?
Heavily armored and Eternal Engine.
What's Eternal Engine again?
It's the rainbow stamina.
Oh, I don't need that.
I don't know what a video's for.
I'm gonna use it as my watering or my planting baby at the minestrone farm, and I'm gonna use my watering baby at my breeding farm.
Seeing as it's mutated, it's 2-star, so it's got 6 water and an 8 planting.
Nice. Isn't it gorgeous? I want to look at it in person because I've not seen it in person. Is it an alpha?
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, I want to see how big it is. Oh shit.
The only bad thing is it's got Night Owl.
Oh no! Oh no, that's terrible.
That's fine. She'll work at night, which night is a lot shorter. Where?
Where is she? See her? Where is she at? She downstairs?
Yeah, she's downstairs. Oh my god, she's gorgeous.
Yeah, right. That's why I want 3 of them.
Oh my.
She's so beautiful. Oh my god, I love the way she moves. She's so pretty. You have something else in here that boosts planting. So she has 9 planting. That's crazy.
I do. It's the Vitalia.
That's fucking awesome.
I don't need
You're eating pretzels? I'm eating a waffle that tastes like really fucking
that
sweet.
how to...
I'm gonna dip it in ice cream because fucking why not? I have ice cream now, I guess. Technically, my waffle was off the kids menu.
Yeah, you can just gather.
This is not a good waffle. I do not like this. It's like very weirdly dry.
I'm sorry.
No, like the thing is I'm craving the pancake parlor. I'm
Mhm.
craving it. I want it. This is weird. Like it feels like they pump this like actual like liquid sugar into this, and so it's giving it a bit of a crunch, like it would be like icing inside of it.
Mm.
I don't like it because it's
I
like
see.
come here, come here.
Give me 1 sec. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. What's going on?
So I like tore this right here, and you see this right here.
Mhm.
That's like heart. Feel it.
Oh, what is that?
It's sugar. It's like icing. But they pumped it in here. But because of that, it's hard. And so every bite I take, this waffle's hard.
Weird.
I don't like it.
I feel like that was supposed to be melted.
Well, probably. I don't like it.
Mm. I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't like any of those. I just wanted pancakes, bruh. Look, here, take this. It's too sweet. Oh god, it's like eating, it's like donut. It tastes, it's like, I can't do that. The coffee's good though. Or the chai latte is good.
You want to get something else?
No, it's fine. I resigned myself not to have breakfast after I was like, you have leftover pancakes in the fridge. Sam's, bring them over, obviously.
Ooh, yummy.
The thing is like, they don't do waffles and pancakes here the same way they do in the US. Because here, for some reason, waffles and pancakes are like a really big dessert thing. Like, everywhere that does pancakes or waffles, like with ice cream. And I'm like, why are you putting ice cream on it?
Yeah, it's uncommon to have them for breakfast.
Yeah, it's a yeah, exactly. So just like I just want it's meant to be sweet because like the syrup is supposed to add the sweetness to it, but it's not dessert. That's why I like the pancake parlor. The pancake parlor's standard just pancakes with their butter and syrup was amazing. I think about it a lot.
I gotta check
Hey,
what like.
does Anthony like the pancake parlor? Just saying, because I heard in 11 days is Anthony's birthday, and you know, maybe he wants pancakes. I don't know. Just idea.
Okay, let me see.
He does. Josh's is in 6 days. Oh, I did think I heard about that. What's Josh doing?
Probably not gonna organize anything, and then last minute organize something, and then complain that no one shows up
I
because.
can't say anything because that's what I did. But to be fair, it's because like I didn't think.
You at least had a night before. Josh sometimes waits until the day of.
Oh yeah, no. No, I just was like I messaged everybody the day before my birthday. I was like, "Hey, do you guys want to get together for my birthday and play games and eat pizza?" And everybody's like, "Hell yeah, we do." And then everybody got together. It was like fantastic.
Camilla,
Everybody supported. What?
do you want this video to breed with your Tetroy's Primo?
What happens if you breed those together?
You get in a video.
Yeah,
What is your Tetroy's? Is it a male?
I don't know. Let me go find out.
I mean, you can change it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can't because I don't have nothing for it. I actually said something organized. Yeah. Well, I mean, I thought that Valerie said something about it, but I wasn't sure. Let me find out.
Oh yeah, yeah. They Yeah,
Is
they said
male.
that they might come over. Cool. Yeah, I'll give you the video. You got to breed out night owl from it, but revenge.
Fair enough. I get it. I'm not gonna say nothing. It's I get it. I
I'll
get
go to
it.
your base.
Okay.
Oh, you're coming to mine?
Yeah, I can do that. That's fine.
Just beating the bottom of my thingy. Does Australia do ice cream cake? Yes, we do ice cream cake. It is all ice cream.
Yeah, I don't think it's really actually any cake. I think it's just ice cream in the shape of cake.
Yeah, it's ice cream in the shape of cake, and depending on what you get, like you can buy ice cream cake at the store, like a Frodo Frog one, and it's got Frodos in it, like little mini Frodo heads in it.
Ice cream cake in the US is actually a mix of ice cream and cake. It's not just ice cream shaped like cake.
Yeah, we don't do that here, which is good for you. You don't like
I don't like ice cream cake.
US ice cream cake.
Getting more breeding pairs today.
Let me get these new ones going.
Basically, I have a feeling that the next time I'm having pancake parlor is whenever I get a car. So I can take myself. Because it's just expensive enough that I don't want to like invite everybody out to go fucking the pancake parlor or wait an entire year for Wesley's birthday.
The drive, so you don't want to exactly like
said all the
put one
ice
out
cream cake I've
if
ever
she's
had was
exhausted
ice
after
cream
work.
shaped like cake. Where are you getting your ice cream cake now?
Yeah, I could do with another transported pal.
Sorry.
Knock, knock, knocking on
Slower.
heaven's
It's like
door.
it's like a layer of cake and a layer of ice cream and then a layer of cake and it's layered. It's ice cream and cake. What do you mean? Talking about I'm sorry. There's some Sims is broken.
Fight.
Tristan's broken.
Yes.
Where are these
And Bog.
birds? Where are they going? Okay, there. Oh my god, I just realized something. Oh. Well. Just a few, I guess. Look at this guy. He looks so chonky. What the fuck? I love him.
We need to do raids.
Babe.
Yeah?
Come here. Come here. Look at this boy. Look at this boy.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Does he not fly? Does he fly? I don't know if he flies.
It could also be Aiko's used to a southern thing with his ice cream cake.
He can be ridden as a flying mount, but he's not flying. Okay.
We'll have something good for lunch. Where are you?
Okay, I'm at my base. I am around the corner by the electric
I see.
thingy. Wait,
No?
here, where are you? Where are you?
Yeah. I'm right here.
Okay, here, look.
Oh my god, he's so bumpy. And quick. Dang.
Yeah, but he's an electric baby.
Oh. It is a what's its generation?
6.
Oh. That's very good.
I thought it was more, but I could be losing my mind.
And my does it just have electricity generation?
Oh no. Yeah, because it's like Orsurk is 8 and then below that is 6. So it's like,
Okay, so 6 is the best you get until Orzo.
yeah. Like, he looks like he generates electricity. His fucking wings are wool.
Yeah, just all the static electricity.
Listen. I think that's good. I think that, let me pull them back.
And another one gone, another one bites dust. Hey, he's got to get you too. Another one bites dust. I feel like 25 is a good increase. I feel like that allows me to get everything I want.
Okay. Is it okay? But I don't really know what you said.
I feel like 25 is a good increase for base powers. Because it allows me to get everything I want. So many night owls.
Alexa, turn on the light. Okay, all right. It just took me a second. I still heard what you said, but I wasn't registering it. So, fit is a fiddle ferocious, artisan aggressive, wellness watcher longer artisan. Okay, we can get something good out of these. But those birds are gonna be those birds that I just showed you. Those are gonna be at the workshop.
Oh, okay.
I just got to dine them off with legend.
Ooh. So you can breed legend to other powers.
It's also got hooligan though, so I mean that's something.
Oh my god, those damn kids being hooligans again.
So, do you want to come get your Neptilius? I don't think I need it anymore.
Oh, I can come get it. Give me a second just to fix a sign. Oh no, I do have someone to fix the sign. It's just not during the night. Doesn't have. Something on my base is on fire, but my pals are asleep, so they're not gonna put it out. Getting my Neptunius. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me steal it. And by letting me, I mean thank you for being asleep so I could steal it.
Don't worry. The only difference between me being asleep or me being awake is if I was awake, he would have asked.
Yeah.
And I would have said yes.
Ice
Unless
cake, you always get
you-
vanilla or chocolate ice cream on the bottom, chocolate crunchy, and a little vanilla, and hot fudge, and whipped cream stuffed. Interesting.
Neptunius.
That could have been something thing. I don't know. I don't tell you.
Neptunius, yes, I want as a. I do want my Neptunius to mount, but as a base power, it's very good as well. For water, and it's just a better mount. Okay, they don't have anything that requires.
Oh my god. My Tetris Primo sleeps in here so nicely. He's like lined up and everything. Man, that's so satisfying. Why is he sleeping? Look at this, babe. I need you to just come here to my screen, just in case it's not lined up on yours. I need you to see how satisfying this is.
Oh my god. Okay. That is just so perfect.
Right? I don't have any light in here. I need to go get some light.
What am I in need of? Oh, actually, I could do with some. Uh.
It's electric and nails. Okay.
I'm gonna get a dumb mind at my base. Just. Actually, no. It's better to have it at the ranch because of the increase in farming.
Yeah. Did you put the shroomer there?
We need to go get a shroomer.
Yeah.
That's at Sakurajima. Yes.
It's in the southern portion where by the mushroom wetlands. Is there only the one shrine there? In the wetlands? The fuck?
The wetlands, yeah, there's just one shrine at the shore.
His or her perfect stop. Oh, yeah, yeah. The turtle, yeah. Look, as much as I want these, and that'd be nice and everything, but like, I need some light, some like good light in here. You know what? Okay, I'm gonna.
Good.
I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna get some hardwood and fire organs and see if that looks better. I mean, it will look better, but will it actually provide a decent amount of light?
Oh my god.
What?
I caught a shroomer. But this guy was straight in the straight. Shroomer with workaholic.
Nice.
What? Yep.
Oh, it's like not very great light, but it's like
Ooh. Okay. Workaholic isn't work speed, it's just sanity reduction. Decrease.
nope, 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 nope. For some reason that was okay, but this one over here wasn't okay. Is that just put that there? These are like very aesthetic lightings, but they're not exactly very bright. They only really bring enough ingots for like one light. Whatever. Don't even care. Don't even care. For you and for me, so happy together. So happy together. Here is the weather. We're happy together.
Yeah. But yeah, we need to start doing some raids eventually because that's the only way you can get ancient technology cores.
Yeah.
Outside of like higher level expeditions, which we can just progress the story and I can do them. We were gonna do tower stuff, weren't
Do you
we?
want to do a raid? Why did I come here? I literally was at this base and then just went back to that base that I was at.
We can do a raid.
We just haven't done them before.
Yeah. Oh, give me a second. Do you want to do the Bella Noir level 45 or 35?
What?
Hmm?
35 first, I think. Just so I can get an idea of what it's like.
Yeah, yeah. So,
I'm trying to find my frost stallion. I've lost it.
what is it? Consumables? Consumables, okay. I'll just take one for now. I'll have to do three, but yeah.
There it is.
Which base was the summoning circle thing at?
It's at the ranch farm. What
Oh.
are we going against?
Bella Noir.
Yep.
I have no idea what elements it is.
See. I just want to see what type.
Probably grass by its name. Things with Bella tend to be flowers.
Bella Noir is dark.
Dark? Just pure dark? Okay.
And so if I look up a pal who has a partner skill of, let's see, dark.
Cancel. I wanna...
Improves players and pals dark damage. No.
But damn.
Okay. I am going to put an Elphedrine in my inventory. I don't know if it works that way, but maybe.
You're in the way, buddy.
What should I do?
I think I'm good with my team to go in.
Hold on.
You just got a pancake parlor email? Ooh. Is it about, I don't know, how many schmeckles you owe them?
I don't have that. I am going to put an Elphedrine in my inventory or my party because I don't know how drops are going to work, but apparently having an Elphedrine in your, Elphedrine's party thing will be like increases drops. Like, while in party, dark pals drop 40% more items when defeated.
Ooh. Okay, Elphedrine.
I'll meet you over there.
Where is the Elphedrine? I feel like I've got one at least.
Drilled flyer.
Hmm?
Drilled flyer.
Um,
Do we mean to have two Doomods?
more oil.
Oh, okay.
purely it. Uh,
My God. Oh my God. My shroomer is so big. I did not realize how tiny the shroomers were. I didn't even realize I had a big shroomer.
you have a shroomer as big?
It's a shroomer not.
Ah,
Where the fuck did I get it now?
I still
Oh
have one
right,
with.
it was at the end of a dungeon. That's right.
Oh,
Okay,
ready?
hold on. Yeah.
Fuck! I auto sorted the slab back into my base.
Love it. Alright, this is our first raid, guys, so
We're probably over leveled, but that doesn't mean we're gonna beat it because they said that they made the raids harder, right?
I don't know.
Or they added more
I have
that
no
made it
idea.
harder.
No fucking clue, honestly.
Oh,
Roxanne.
damn. I don't even know if I trade
Roxanne.
pals. Probably. It's the only way you can fight the Bella.
Roxanne. Huh?
A Bella Noir.
Oh yeah, I guess. No, no, you have to. I don't think you can catch them, cause
Meg.
like the Ryu thing. Yeah, it drops an eggs
Okay.
at the end.
Oh, so you have options of either having the raid at your base or in a raid arena.
No, arena.
Not the arena. Any structure or item left inside the raid arena will be lost.
I think now. I think it's telling you something. Hold on. Oh shit.
Hmm?
No. Fuck.
Okay, cool.
Uh,
That's nice to get the Pell box right here. You can full.
go.
You can summon things?
Yeah, it looks like
Oh
it.
my god.
All right, it looks like I capped it out. There we go. Don't worry about it. I got this. With whatever the fuck this group is. Don't put anything out. Well, I guess you can't. So don't take my pals.
We could build like turrets and shit around here as well.
hmm
Okay,
I
can we
literally
do
just put out my highest level pals.
Yeah, yeah. Um ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my
Ah.
god, 300k? I don't even see what's going on. Okay. Oh, it's a pretty boss. I think we're fine.
But it's good to know 333,000. Oh, I got
Ooh.
cores in my inventory.
Okay, yeah.
How many
Everything
did you
you got.
get?
Got two cores.
I got 3 cores and a ranch handbook and some training manuals
I got a
and an
medicine handbook.
apocalypse book. Yeah.
Oh yeah, apocalypse. I got a huge dark egg. Did you get one?
No.
Okay.
So when it said it, okay. Okay. Got down on your knees.
Did you get your pals back?
Yeah, looks like it.
Cool. Nice.
That was fun. Let's do it
Yeah.
again.
Do you want to go get the 45 one?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna go get all of them. I've got two more 35s and a
Let's
45.
do it. I
I might be able to make
I could
more.
use some ancient civilization cores. I'm gonna need them for
Yeah, a lot of the high level. Eventually, you can make the cores, I think. Okay, let's
I
go.
specifically need them for I need 20 for this large scale electric egg incubator.
Ooh. Yeah. Um. Ooh. 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 We're gonna have a fun fight. 2 of these. And then I'll make... So do you want to just do a lot of raids?
Huh?
Do you want to just do a lot of raids?
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh shit, hold on. I do have to go back to the base really quick just to make sure because I don't think. Oh shit. I have breeding out and I have like 20 eggs or 20 cakes in there, so I want to make sure that
Oh yes, yes,
I'm
yes,
not
yes.
just
Do some base
wasting
stuff.
cake.
Feel free to do some base stuff. I need to put in new eggs.
Legend work
Oh.
slave, not bad, not bad. One giant fucking egg.
Madison was out in the negative. Oh, I got another blazer mod that is gonna replace.
Okay, I think we're good.
Don't know.
Alright, I'm back.
This one. Yeah, that's fine. This can replace this blazer mod. And my base. That was the mining blazer mod. Wait, no. Yeah, these two are just doing whatever. Do I have fixed assignments on my blazer mods? No, they're just running around doing whatever. Cool. I will give you some blazer mods as well that you can have with Artisan to upgrade your current pals.
Thanks.
Although you're breeding the
Yeah.
better one, aren't
Yeah,
you?
I'll be breeding.
Although is blazer mod still a better miner?
Yeah.
Okay. So 35 or 45?
Let's just get the 35s out of the way, then we'll do the 45 last.
Okay. I crafted all that I could with the slabs.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 8 35s and 3 45s. So I think we will get enough for you.
Oh, when did I get that? Oh, that's a Gildane. I thought that was the Celestier.
Ready?
Yeah. I just want to see from
I
above.
like how it just
Ah!
teleports around. I don't even know where it is. I'm just going to shoot into the attacks.
I'm just watching from above.
I reckon the 45 is going to have over 500k health.
Probably. I got 1 core that time.
I got 3 cores. I didn't get an egg that time. I got a transporting
I
book.
also did not get an egg. I got a transporting book also.
Leave. It is good that it seems to remember whose pals.
Yeah.
Like who puts what pals in. That would have been annoying if it just gave them to random people.
All right, let's go. Sorry, Anubis, you can't fight. It's more important for me to have 3 Munchills.
Ready?
Yeah.
Nope. Teleported there. I was just It's dead.
2, a ranch thing, a ranch book, and
Oh, I got a ranch book as well. Nice. This is fun.
yeah. I just would like more cores. Like the whole reason I brought.
Yeah.
I'm not getting a lot. Like I've got a total of 6 now. Maybe I'll get more from the higher level ones once we're done with those.
Maybe, yeah.
All right, there you go.
Just have to be careful not to accidentally select the wrong one. But is it good that they didn't get rid of like the ability to spawn them in the base? You still can. Oh, you out of food on yourself?
Am I? No,
Some of your pals are just saying hungry,
no.
like Sims and.
Oh, well, they might be because they've been fighting.
Oh, could be, yeah.
Ooh.
I am glad we didn't do this when we hit like level 40 and had some slabs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would have wiped multiple times.
I got another
So,
transporting book.
like another ranchin, which is good. I'm wanting the ranchin books, honestly. Put them on the annoying pals to get. Uh, ooh, to get ranchin resources from, like the really low level ones.
I had 2 ranching books and 2 transporting books. I'm going from page 2. I just want to see. I like mixing it up a bit, you know. There's some level 30s in here, man.
I wonder if they're gonna die. Ow, don't attack me! I mean, my shield's tanking it. I actually did reasonable damage to my Ragnarhawk. Fuck. I do think for the higher level ones, we're gonna have to min-max some fighting
Oh
pals.
yeah. So you can see it's taking a lot longer now because I used page 2 pals.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of
Did say that.
pals in their 30s right now. Oh, this is a significant difference.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I got another egg
I got a medicine book and
and another ranchin book.
yeah, I like my fishing pole. That's what I want to do.
Grumpy escaped. Oh no.
Oh, I don't want this.
Okay, so we still have 4 left of the 35s.
Okay.
We're gonna get the cores you need.
Yeah. There we go. Page 1 pals.
Nice.
Big difference. I got 1 core. Mm. And another transporting book. Jeez. Keep getting like 1 core per raid.
I'm taking them all.
How many do you have?
I'm not sure.
I have 11 total.
12.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it seems to like even out. I've had some good, some bad.
Oh, I do have some dead babies in here. Mix it up.
I'm happy with my 4 ranching books, though.
There we go. Mostly alpha pals in this group. Oh, shit.
Yeah, even if alpha pals are slightly lower level, they get some really good stats for being alpha.
Another medicine book.
Another transporting book. Oh, another egg.
You got
I
3 eggs. I have 0. But I think it's just because you're the one that keeps putting it in and starting it.
I have more than 3 eggs.
Oh, do you? Oh, wow.
I have 5 eggs.
Shit. I have 0 eggs.
The thing that I'm curious about is, are these eggs
They should all be Bellinor.
no, but like, is it because I'm starting it,
I
or is
think
it
so.
because, well, yeah, maybe, probably because I'm starting it. You seem to guarantee get a skill fruit every time, though.
Yeah. All of my skill fruits are Apocalypse.
Yeah,
Which I think I know which attack is Apocalypse.
I think so too. It's this one. Not this one yet. This one.
Yep.
That's the first time it spawned outside of
That was a little weird.
the circle.
Transporting book and 3 cores that time.
Medicine book. Okay, I'll take that. At last, 35.
Okay.
And then we get into the 45s.
That's going to be fun.
Honestly, for raids, we're probably going to have to make, like,
I'm going to
raids
page 3, and then I'm going to work my just alpha pals. Actually, and I'm going to bring my people in here too. Why not?
Let's go.
And a random Mimog. Why not?
Someone did say the Mimog's pretty strong.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Why are you just sitting on the ground?
Oh, bye-bye, Killamar. Mommy. Lesbian Tetroys down. Oh, the Tetroys is actually one of the higher level ones. I guess it is so big it can't really dodge.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, my brother, you're the eternal fire martyr. medicine books.
I will split these eggs with you as well.
Thanks.
Eh, I'm not gonna be a greedy god.
I didn't think you would be. That's why I wasn't worried about it. All right, let's see who died.
Okay, this is gonna be our first 45.
Okay. Okay. Ooh, buddy.
Maybe stick to page 1, pals.
Yes, only page 1,000. That's why I was like, well, let me.
Ooh.
You're like a.
You ready?
Yeah. Almost 500,000, not quite. But definitely a big difference in terms of difficulty.
Yeah, definitely a lot more defense. We are gonna need to go and feed pals before trying this again because a lot of them are starving.
Yeah.
That's out of range for that.
Oh, shoot.
Uh-huh.
Oh, shoot. Can I pull out more?
I can try and put my my page 1 pals if you can do that.
Hold on.
But take your dead pals out if.
I'm putting more in.
Okay, cool. Much harder. Oh god. It seems like when it comes out of the everything's dead except for our summons. Does it remove them from the Pell box when you're when they die? Everything's dead.
I know I was putting things back out. There was so much dead that I needed to pull back all at the same time. It was faster to do it that way.
Okay, yeah. Next time everything dies, just retrieve all from yours and I'll put all mine in.
Okay. Okay, go.
It's aggroed on you.
Fuck. Go.
Assault level.
Just throw them in. Nice.
We got it.
Yep, and I'm
Oh my-
cold. Oh,
It's
oh my
healing.
god, it has a second phase.
Oh no. Only 100k in the second phase.
Highly effective against Belnoir. Okay, okay.
What element's highly effective against it?
Fire. Seems. Jesus. This is why people breed pals specifically for raids.
Uh-huh.
I get it now.
It's only a 45 rate.
Yeah. Oh, I got a tablet.
Oh.
I got a full ultra slab.
Ultra Slab. Summon an inconceivable powerful level exclamation mark. No, question mark,
Oh.
question mark. Oh my god. We also got an achievement for beating that one. Okay, I think we need to,
My poor babies. Like, almost my entire pal box is dead.
Uh-huh. Holy shit.
Oh my god. So we need to take a small break from doing that.
So we know that the purple quality slab has 2 phases. We definitely need to take a break, get some food for our pals because they're all fucking
It's
starving
so
or dead.
much dead. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to. Actually, I'm gonna do something very specific.
Okay. Oh, we got a different fruit. Dark Wisp from that one,
Yeah.
which does more damage than Apocalypse. I'm gonna go fruits away. Other consumables. We're not gonna touch that legendary tablet for a while.
Yeah, I'm thinking not.
Materials. Enhancements, those. Okay, I'm gonna
Hmm.
split up these eggs. Okay, okay, cool. We got 5 each. We got 10 eggs total.
Wait,
I will go to your breeding base.
wherever you can find a chest that's open. Because I will say that a lot of my chests are not open. So workshop probably is best.
Not your breeding base. Chest to the right when you spawn in.
Okay.
Actually, both of these ones are left open. Yeah, so you have 5 eggs. I have 5 eggs. 100% if we get I'm happy to use like breeding pairs if like I get good ones but you don't, or you get good ones but I don't.
Yeah, that's fine.
Whatever we can breed and help each other for
Yeah,
them.
for sure, for sure. I am working on building a small base that is exclusive to one thing.
Nah. Gonna have a summoning arena in it.
Maybe, but not immediately.
It's my life. It's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. Is that really within range? It is. It um, comfortable life. Oh wow. That was a fight.
Basically, this current base that I'm working on right now is literally just please eat some food. That's the please eat some food base. There's nothing else happening here. Just eat some food.
Understandable. Okay, so it looks like to do the later raids, we are gonna have to get into some mid-maxing, which is fine.
I like that kind of I like that. That's not no problem for me.
We can easily just do the less difficult raids, but oh, how many calls did you get?
I don't know. I'll have to check soon.
Oh, the new base is getting a raid.
Oh, well, I'm not even gonna stop it.
Yeah,
Everything,
that's fine. I'm happy to fight that.
you don't have to stop it. I mean, like, literally, the only thing here is these pals.
I think that raid's gonna have a bad day. That was fun.
That was really fun. Let's see. I don't think anybody says hungry right now.
Let me look at my Blazer mods.
This is not a base for people to sleep at. This is not a base for anything else but just to fucking eat. It's just power box, berries.
Torpedo fire. Yeah. So many things with live. Honestly, you are fine to be a worker. Sacrifice.
Can you bring berries to this base, please?
Yes, I can. Give me a second. I'm just condensing my Blazer mods from breeding because a lot of them were bad. And then I'm gonna get the good ones out in my base. Because they're good workers. Okay, so you're wanting berries over there. Coming over. Back in black. Uh, it's somewhere under here. Okay, there it is. It's got over a full stack of berries.
Yeah, feel free to use this base after I'm done. I don't know how many of yours are hungry.
You're. It will be my active team that's hungry compared to you with all your Oh, your pals that died. I'm excited. I was like, I wonder what Endgame is gonna be like. Endgame is gonna be
Awesome. And something we have to work towards.
uh-huh.
Because, like, we're nowhere near where we need to be.
No. We can barely do the 45 raid.
I know, it's so
Let alone
exciting.
the question mark
Why is
raid.
his
It's
Blazemat not eating? Is he sleeping?
probably night owl, yeah. Genuinely, if I'm gonna search by night owl and then just I don't want any fucking pals with night owl. Is it that bad? I don't have a ton of things with night owl. It's just this flock and a lamble. So you two. Heard of Violent Wild Pals.
I'm not even looking. Like, I'm still in the box. It'll deal with it. The enemies will get attacked. When they get attacked, I guess.
Three waves? Ooh. Oh. First raids, first waves Incineram Nox. Second wave is Lavanders. Oh, Lavanders drop mushrooms
Nice.
when you kill them. Last wave is Relaxosauruses. Cool. I'm gonna get some high quality oil.
Nice.
Nice.
Think.
Raids are good for dog coins, so it is actually not a bad idea to do some.
I think
One thing I haven't done is I haven't touched the skill fruits. Like, I haven't given any pals skill fruits, and I know some of the best abilities are gonna be skill fruits.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Daydream. Anybody that says hungry or starving. This one, but like it's fucking sleeping. That's why. Wake the fuck up. Maybe you could eat. Oh my god, I'll fucking feed you myself. Wait, are you awake? Oh, he's eating. Okay, good. There needs to be a way to sort based on status effects.
You can sort based on element, and work suitability. Yeah. 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 There really does need to be.
If I just want to like go through and feed all my hungry pals, I'm having to go through and just be like, well, I mean, I guess it's not like it's super hard to see.
Whack in this Lambo. Yeah.
So bad.
Need a pee?
Yeah, I do, but I'm trying to get these pals back first.
Oh no.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I think the blaze them up and the Verdash will protect me. I bet.
Go, my love, go. I want cotton candy production in my base. Where is that pal? One past it, definitely, but there it is. Willy Pop. This Willy Pop, I want it to build a ranch. Okay, back.
Meeting time.
I need to have my Woolly Pop in my ranch.
Oh, I need a woolly pop in my ranch too.
Yeah, it's just like downtrodden Belanois. But cotton candy production, I need, because you use cotton candy to make the mutation food.
Yeah. So that was fun. Also,
That
I
was
wound up with 19 cores.
oh, I got 21. So take one of mine.
Okay, thanks. Because like, I just
Get
need
you the
20.
in you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, I need to kill the next boss. And once I kill the next boss, I'm golden.
Uh,
I assume it's the next boss. It's not the next boss.
gonna be golden. Gonna be.
It is. Oh,
Which tower?
Daybreak.
Oh, okay. We can focus on that story. We probably can.
Well, hold on. Hold on. No, 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 no. No, no. The next one, I could still get a large incubator.
Oh, you just can't get
And
the.
it's less cores needed for that one. It's just a different one. It says the
Yeah.
device for incubating eggs automatically maintains a suitable temperature and can hatch multiple eggs at once. The one later, I think, it's just a large scale electric incubator. So it's just a bigger version of it.
Yeah, I can't wait to get the ancient one. I gave you the extra core.
Thanks, baby.
It's in the same chest with all your eggs
I appreciate
that I
it.
gave you. Um. Yeah. The. What was I saying? I don't fucking remember.
Incubator?
Yeah, I can't wait to get the ancient incubator thing
Oh.
because you don't need um a breeding farm.
Oh.
It basically you just put the structure down and it's a hologram.
Oh, wait until you get the fucking what is it called? I looked it up earlier. It's called the Ancient Material Synthesizer.
Ooh,
You
does
can
it do the same thing but for resources?
Yes, and it includes resources that you can't get from other of those other structures, so like core light.
Oh, okay. So that okay. I was wondering how you get the generation of the resources you can't build mines for.
Mhm.
Yeah. Hey, buddy, you have these two night owl pals. Thank you. I don't even want. I don't want them.
All
I
right,
don't.
surely at least a few of these giant eggs will have some good stats here. What about this one? What do we got?
The first one I hatched had downtrodden. That was it.
The one I just got: Wellness Watcher, Heated Body, Slacker, and Sleep Stroke. No, thank you.
I don't know if
However, it is better than no, because I like heavily armored and Eternal Engine. Not that those are like necessary for like
yeah, I
final
have a look
power.
at Bellanor. Bellanor, what are you? Bellanor is a transporter slash handiwork slash medicine power, but oh, looks like a combat power. With its partner skill, when activated, attacks target with a Nightmare Ray. When this power uses Nightmare Ray, it has a 1 times damage multiplier.
I don't want
Okay.
this pal to be alpha, so I hope it's not. Like, was the one I just bred, was that an alpha? No. Okay, good.
Okay. I want this.
Okay, so what are the other things I need to breed? I need a frost plume. I need a Celestier. I need a Celestier. Let's go get a Celestier. Actually, hold on. How many minutes do I have? 12 minutes. Yeah, we can do that. Get a Celestier in 12 minutes. Probably. Yeah.
Where are the Celestiers?
Imagine somewhere in Fabric. In the north, maybe? I think I saw them there.
Maybe. Okay, I'm
Going to the
gonna.
hill entrance. Just realized I came here without a mount, so hope I found one.
I'm feeding my pals right now.
That's fine. My mount is... Actually, no, I came here with a mount. It's just not the one I thought I was going to be using. Very low level for this area, but you know, I've got one. It's level 38. Please. I know I saw one at one point. I just don't know where. I feel like it was more towards the front, unless I was thinking of looking at a Gillian. I don't know. I'm gonna look it up. Celestier. Look at Celestier in this one. This as beach. Yeah, yeah.
Self-made? Okay, cool.
Oh, there's a giant egg. Look at that. Oh, night stuff. Night sands.
Cool. Cool, cool, cool. My pals have eaten.
How's her what?
They ate
Okay,
food.
good. I found a huge scorching egg. I don't know what it is, but I'm on Daybreak and could be anything. Could be something cool.
It could be something cool. Research, handiwork. What am I missing? Computers, ancient manuscripts. Wall. I'm gonna go pee. Right back.
Okay. Why would I should probably check because I didn't actually check to see if my Spotify was coming through. I did. That would have been like so embarrassing.
Oh yeah, waffles. And cream. It's no longer ice.
It's awful. It's not even slightly good. Like every bite was pain. I kept trying it different ways. Like the first time, dipped it in syrup because, naturally. And then I was like, okay, well, maybe it tastes better in ice cream. No, maybe it tastes better in the fruit thingy. No, it doesn't taste good anyway.
This is why I never liked waffles here.
Waffles in the US are actually freaking good. The pancake parlor, fucking amazing.
Mm-hmm.
These are awful. They hurt my teeth. Also, I took my meds this morning.
I'm proud of you. That's what. Now, speaking of meds, I need to have some vitamin D.
Yeah.
Do you need me to refill your meds again soon?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know.
Probably soon.
Maybe. You need to do at least once a week. Walking around looking for a Celis here that might be passed out on the beach. I don't fucking know. The only thing that seems aggressive here right now is the freaking Bushi knock, but I've got my own Bushi knock, so I'm fine.
Okay. I've taken vitamin D.
Proud of you. Good job.
Thank you. Okay. I need more technology points, so I need to either do dungeons or explore. Let me take these. I can see what resources we're gonna need a lot of for farming the ranch. Look at this technology tree, will be better. Would be pollen. Circuit boards and fire batteries. Fire batteries require carbon fiber. Carbon fiber requires charcoal flame organs. Circuit boards require. Yeah. I hope you don't mind, but I'm gonna give the gilded thingy in the ranch all my ranch in books.
What? No.
No?
Yes.
You want something
No,
else?
go for it. I'm kidding. I just got enough Fidget ring schematic. Which is interesting because that's what I'm using right now. I'm using enough Fidget.
Nice.
Because I accidentally left my Frostallion at home. Because he was dead.
No. Oh, it now has 9 ranching when it's in the base. It went from 2 to 9.
Nice.
Actually, probably 3 because it's guild to 9 something. Oh, 3 to 8, and then it's +1 in the base. Because yeah, I was looking at what high-end resource we need a crap ton of, and we're always gonna need a lot of polymer, which requires a lot of high-quality palloil.
Yep. For circuits, polymers needed for my future workshop base build. I don't know if I'm going to build the ancient structures, but I'm definitely at least going to build the futuristic ones. Because they look nice. And it looks clean. You're just going to fly?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna make my future like focused workshop out of just the futuristic resource stuff.
Got a polymer. We're both doing it.
Okay, gotta get 2 more Belanoirs. Philanthropist, good for breeding. No skills? That doesn't mean it has no skills. It could just be displaying with no skills. It sometimes does that. Yep, no passives. Okay. Steel Trunk Defense.
I just discovered a new watchtower.
Oh, nice. I am...
Basically, I'm just looking around for a Celestia. I'm struggling because I'm not finding any. I thought I saw some before.
Suppose I'll come over and help explore now.
Want to? I'm literally just walking around looking for a Celestia. I'm not seeing anything, not registering anything but pals.
Pelpedia. I'd imagine Celestia is a pretty high numbered pal. I want to see if I've seen one or gotten one.
Oh
from
yeah, that's a good
somewhere
thing to check.
tell us the territory. Can't be grayed out, unfortunately. It has to be colored.
Well, then I definitely haven't caught one.
I'm just wondering if I got one from
An egg or something?
yeah, from a mutated egg.
I have not had one, but it does look like, yeah, it does look like I've seen one.
Do you have an Orzurk at your base? Apparently I've seen an Orzurk
Yeah, you
somewhere.
have. Axel and Orzurk. You fought one.
Oh, yes. Yes. Celestia, I've seen one have, I don't know its territory.
Yeah, me either. I remember us seeing it and going like, oh, that's really pretty. Remember?
Yes, I remember that. Okay, time to fly while I can in Fabric. I'm just gonna go. You okay if I go around to just get the fucking what you explored, the way
Yeah,
the way I watched now?
Fine.
If I see a Celestia, I will alert you.
Yeah, that's like all I request. I'm not doing like, it's like I'm not gonna go to like the towers and do the fight the tower things without you.
Yeah.
So if I get to the point where it's like, you can't fly here, then I'm fucking walking. What kind of egg is Celesterian?
I don't know. Let me check. Celestia is in a
I've got two huge rocky eggs.
large common eggs.
Oh, okay. So definitely not the ones I just picked up.
And I saw the map of its habitat. It is just all over Fabric.
Is it?
It
Okay.
could be anywhere.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Ah, you bitch. Okay, did not think that he was gonna one-shot it.
Oh, you found one and
No, not that. I found a Kitsune Noct, and if I breed together a Kitsune Noct with a Celestier, I get a Celestier Noct, which is actually one more level lumbering.
Ooh, oh, it's a lumbering
Yeah.
pal? Okay, I want that as well. Okay. I would happily. Lumbering's the one thing in my base that is like meh.
I have so much wood, so it's kind of been meh the whole time. But yeah. Celestier Noct
Celestier?
is the highest level.
I found a Celestier.
Did you?
Do you want to try and catch it
Yeah.
myself?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wind up breeding him anyway, so I have a good, good shit, you know?
You said Celestier Noct is the highest lumbering?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
The way to do it is you have to breed the Celestier with a Kitsune Noct. The only thing is like, I don't think aesthetically I'll like it very much. So I was willing to just go with the Celestier.
You just go, yeah, with Celestier and then give it some bulk.
Did just find another Kitsune Noct, so. Let's see if my hamster doesn't kill it.
Hamster.
Damn it.
My problem right now. Oh no, my fly is dead. That's fine. I'm in an area I can't fly anyway.
There's a reason this is my boss team. Everything on this team is murderous except for this Elphedrine, but I was afraid if it attacked that.
I got one.
Did you? Awesome. Okay.
I will give that to you once I get this. You said there's a watchtower over this way somewhere?
See? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it. South of me. Yeah, I don't have a Kitsune Noct at all.
Yeah, I know we don't. Neither one of us do. I just happen to see two of them, and I killed both.
They seem to be a lot more common than the Celestier, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope everyone's doing good.
I'm terrible. Hate my life. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm good. I'm golden. I'm fabulous.
She hates her life. I wish I could give her a better one.
You're gonna kill me so that I can be reincarnated.
You're a gamer. You need a respawn.
Single fucking Celestier, bro.
I guess
Envelopes, but
Glider is actually good on Fabric because you don't get shot down on a glider.
yep. I'm not getting shot down anyways because I can fly here.
Nice. Yeah, I wonder if they reduce the amount of missile launchers but increase the area they cover.
Maybe.
Or other way around, maybe they increase the amount but reduce the area they cover.
Oh, I also did another thing.
Huh?
I removed um the alarm song.
Oh, because it keeps interfering with Spotify.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. I was gonna suggest that as well, but you got to it first. Yeah, it very much is
It got to the point where that song that I quite enjoy, I was starting to hate.
because it's just not because you hate the song itself, but because the friggin'
Just
the annoyance
yeah.
of interfering with Spotify. There's a wind thing I can jump up onto this. There probably is. There usually is for watchtowers. Not all of them though.
Next shrine I come across, I'm just gonna like head back. Not finding anything right now.
Ooh, ooh, is this? Oh, that's a frozen egg. I mean, I'll take it. A random, a large. Did I say it was a? It was a common. Well, it was just a common egg. Not a common egg. A large egg. A regular egg. Regular frozen egg. But it got made large by my by my by my by my friend. Does that actually ever? Oh, that actually revealed a good area. This watchtower. I will go to your breeding base. Oh, your main base, which is your breeding base as well, right?
Yeah.
And I'll put the Celestia in. You got tons of spaces.
If I have eggs, I guess it doesn't matter. If I have, okay, you know what? Can you put one of my breeding things in, or just take it out of the breeding pen? You don't have to do anything with it. Just like move it.
Can't. Where's your control thing?
It is beside the breeding pen.
Oh, it is beside the breeding pen. Oh, cool. This is actually a good, nice spot. So you want me to remove just any of them?
Either one, yeah. I have no idea what the fuck I'm breeding right now. Something.
The Celestia I got was a female, by the way.
Nice. Come on, come on. Yes, I had a 5% chance to get that Kusuni knocked. It's a slacker, but I got it.
Nice.
Let me see.
That's nice.
It
That's good.
is a male too.
Perfect.
Yep. The work speed is minus 30%, but it's fine. We'll breed out the slagger.
We'll breed hard work into it.
Yeah. There's another one I just don't think.
Stereotypical Asian parents going.
Yep. Fly, I can fly. Let's see when I can not fly. Maybe it's like, oh, nope. I cannot fly here.
Scripts, gunpowder, circuit boards. How much gunpowder can I make? A lot. Did I get the technology points? Yes, 3. I need 5 technology points, I think. Yeah. I want to make the lightweight hexalite armor.
Oh.
I need 2 more technology points.
You're gonna be so defended.
Yeah. Circuit boards requires polymer. Polymer requires. You.
It's like there's a shrine this way.
Eleanor with hooligan. Okay, that's not good for working, but that's good for combat. And a Bellinar with fragrant foliage. Cool. Oh yeah, also because we got 5 eggs each, you will complete the Bellinar.
Oh yeah, that's right, the Mimog.
Yeah, for the Mimog effigy.
Okay, I'm headed back now. I will breed a Kitsune Knot. Not Kitsune Knot. I don't want to. I'll breed something. We'll figure it out. Okay. This is Eternal Engine, Heavily Armored, Immortality, and Logging Foreman randomly.
On what?
And Ophidia.
Oh. Total engine. I mean, it's not going to be a mount, but you can ride it.
Yeah.
It's a ground mount as well, from what I understand.
Got the Mimog effigy for the Ophidia. So let's see what we got. Oh, and that was an alpha too.
Way better.
But it's a boy. It's weird. It looks so feminine. It's a femboy. Not slacker. That's good. Let me see.
Fits in well with the community. Fanboy.
Great. Speed's up on this one. So not bad. It's a weird combo. I don't think I want that.
I don't want. Okay, I want ancient manuscripts.
Either way, it looks like there is no night owl on a single one of those.
Perfect. That's amazing.
I'm tempted. I'm trying to decide between, do I want to breed this female with Eternal Engine, so it's 1 rainbow passive, right? With the male that has 3 rainbow passives that have nothing to do with production, or with the 1 male that has a work passive. It's not a massively amazing work passive, but it increases work speed by 30%.
Oh, okay. That's a hard choice.
I think just go with the work one, because
Just a little positive for that.
lock this one as having gold work passive. So I have a favorite. My favorite 3. Favorites 3 is has rainbow passives. Okay. Celestier female. Where you at? Where you at? Oh yeah, I also have 2 more options, it looks like, so 2 more eggs. Eggy.
Iggy, iggy, iggy.
Why not? Let's figure out what these eggs are. Random mystery eggs. Celestier, where'd you go, bitch? Read you with the or not.
Celestia's saddle is 54. Okay, interesting. We need so much coral ingots. That's gonna be a pain in the ass.
Jungle. Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. I could take the Ophidia and condense it into another Ophidia though, because that one has 2 stars. The one with Night Owl.
Oh yeah?
Also, I have to look at these Dynamos to figure out which one I like. Which 2 I like. Okay, this one has Artisan. This one has Artisan. Ooh, yeah, work slave. See, Artisan is what? Plus 50%? Yeah. Weird rainbow passive for that one. This one's got Legend. Legend Hooligan. Artisan's nice. I don't know if I'll use this one though. Also, to look at male and female too. So, as far as male goes, we only have 1 female, so that's the one it's gonna use. So the one that has Legend is gonna get bred because it just has fucking. That's the only female. That's who am I gonna breed it with? Oh, this one, obviously. Wait, no, not obviously. I kind of want to breed it with Artisan. Let's go. This one doesn't make any sense. Okay, so like this one, I don't want to breed it just because it has a rainbow passive. It's longer. It is an electric bird. I do not need it to have increase to attack, increase the water attack damage, increase the ice attack damage. Okay. So I'll do aggressive. Okay. Did I say I was gonna keep doing the smoky? I don't think I'm gonna do the smoky anymore. The smoky's cute, but I don't, or not smoky. The smoky crest is cute, but I don't think I'm gonna use the smoky crest. Let me see. Hold on. Do I have to love it? Hold on. Do I love it? No, it's fine. I don't love it, so.
Okay. Okay.
Want my Discord? Can I borrow your? Well, I don't need it right now. That's fine. I'll do it later. Can I borrow your Jormuntide later? Actually, what gender is your Jormuntide?
What Jormuntide is a male. I can always catch another one.
I'm gonna check to see
It's
what mine
got
is.
clumsy on it. If you're wanting workers,
I mean, no matter. I can breed it out. I just want to see what mine
you
is.
can breed it out.
You said it's male?
It's male, yeah.
Mine is male also, so.
I'm happy to go and catch another one. It should be up, but I mean, it's definitely up.
Go ahead and go ahead and move Nat.
Yeah, I'm Ezra back. Currently on an expedition. Let's swap you out for yes, herb.
This, we're gonna take Nat from here.
I might go and catch Jormuntide again.
Okay.
See what I get. If it's, you mean, it might be worth it.
I can swap, I can give pals passives, right?
Maybe. And it would be surgery table stuff. if
Yeah.
anything.
Well, that's why I'm wondering, because it's like, I like Nat, but she only has logging foreman.
I know you can swap their partner skills.
Go see what at the like the bounty guy, because I think he has things.
Oh, I got it. Doesn't have the negative.
Musclehead, burly body, artisan. Yep, I can give her artisan. I just have to have 15.
Really?
Yeah, I have to have 15. An implant embedded into a pal's body to change its passive skill when stored in key items. It allows you to select a corresponding passive skill at a pal's surgery table. So yeah.
Ooh, you can change them.
So I can give Nat artisan. Just because, like, that one is Nat. I hatched that one for Nat, so that one is Nat. I can't just, like, get another bird that looks like her and that one be Nat. No, but I can give her
Yeah, no.
surgery. Give her surgery and make her work harder.
I imagine you can't do that with rainbow passes.
No, it's just which ones are available at that thing. Artisan
Yeah.
is just one that's available, so. Ooh, I did just think about something as good about the Kitsune, about the Celestial Noct.
Ooh, what's
That
that?
bitch is gonna be awake at night.
Oh, yes, it will.
I didn't even think about that until I saw this Kitsune Noct walking around. I was like, oh yeah, all the Noct ones. Unless, of course, they get insomnia.
That would reverse it, wouldn't it?
No, what are you talking about?
Oh wait, no, never mind.
I think you're thinking about the other thing. The other one. The bad one.
Yeah, the bad one. Oh my god. Really?
That one.
Attacking me and not my mount?
I will look at the Celestial Noct. I'm gonna hatch this baby, and when I do, I'm gonna see if that's something that I want. Cause like, it might not be.
Hmm.
Because like, aesthetically, that's what I mean. Because like, I think its colors are very similar to Kitsune Nox, and I'm not the biggest fan of Kitsune Nox because it kind of hurts my eyes. But I'll see about the other one. I just don't know what it looks like. So
Yeah. Kitsune Noct is very not a good purple. Most things on Fabric, good purple. That one's too vibrant.
I like the purples. You know, it's nice. But that one, it's just because of the glow.
Yeah. Uh,
All right. If I forget later, I want to remind you that I just gave this Chillet Ignis a book, kindling book. So later when I'm like, why does this one have 8 even though the other ones have 7?
Don't worry, honey. I'll forget too.
Fair enough. All right. I need to find like a. Let me see. I'm gonna check ChatGPT. I need. Let's see. I am gonna have 4 Chillet Ignises to cook cake and stuff. I would like a naming convention or group of 4 names for the 4, so I know they're the ones that stay.
Pounds.
Okay, bakery theme: sugar, spice, honey, toffee, mochi, muffin, coffee, biscuit. If they're like they're your restaurant crew, chef, soup, baker, pastry. If you want to have actual name, Gordon, Julie, Running Pipette, Spice Rack, Paprika,
I know.
Cinnamon.
Oh, up here, I haven't explored up here much. Cool. I'm gonna be able to get enough
Chidango on code.
exploration
Jesus.
points.
What is this?
Welcome to the Hotel California.
Fire theme.
Such a lovely face.
I'll go with the cute Japanese food since they're cooks. And since this one is a girl, I will name this one Mochi. Actually, they're all like, they're food names, so I mean they can be girls or boys. I'm sorry, but Mochi is definitely a girl, and Dango is definitely a boy. I'm kidding. I actually have a friend named Dango who's a girl, so that's why I was thinking about it. And I have a friend. I had a friend that has a cat named Mochi, who's a girl. So.
It's girls all the way down.
Ophidia, no great.
Oh, purple up, purple up.
Ooh, that one's good. Flame Emperor is really odd on an Ophidia, but you know, I mean,
Flame Emperor?
pretty odd on an Ophidia. Where did it go? Oh, where did it go? Is this...
Oh no, my bird. Ow.
No, no.
I'm down, yeah. That's okay. I was fighting so many things. Oh, my Ragnarhawk just got up as well. Oh well.
King of the Waves, 50% increased movement speed on water. That's pretty good for that. Heavily armored.
King of the Waves you want.
Actually, hold on a second.
Honestly, King of the Waves, and then
Babe,
hmm?
King of the Waves wasn't even one of the... King of the Waves wasn't even one of the legend... The things I was breeding into it.
Oh, we just got
It
it?
just got it. And heavily armored, too. What? Heavily armored wasn't on it either. That just... Oh, no, it was one of them. Heavily armored was one. Okay, so hold on. Bruh. That's really good. Okay, this one I think I'm just gonna keep as my water pal. I can swim on this one, right? Yeah, because I don't have a water pal yet. This thing can be my water pal. It has
Nice.
25% max stamina. King of the Waves, which is 50% increased movement speed on water. Heavily armored, immune to explosion damage, and, well, it has increase in fire attack damage. So, I mean, I guess I could give it a fire skill, maybe? I don't know. And this is gonna be, and it's girl, so, yeah, this is just gonna be my baby. Alright, so what am I gonna name my video? My video? Um...
If you get King of the Waves and Ace Swimmer and Swift, that'll be amazing on a water power. And then like Eternal Engine on Neptilius. Neptilius doesn't have the infinite stamina while in water. I don't believe.
I'm gonna name her Sakura. I think I have something named Sakura already. No, I was gonna name something Sakura. I don't think I did.
Backup flyer, this is my backup flyer. Level 1 on Ragnarok, let's go to get my gear.
It's better. This Rocky baby is a Warsec Terra. Nice.
Nice.
This Rocky baby is a Gildane. Nice. Now I need to figure out what I need for the Ophidius add-on. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I ain't writing that for a minute. Unfortunately. Soralite ingot.
Oh. Yeah. Sky, huh? Wanna go to the sky?
Not right now. That's fine. I'll just keep in my inventory. Have the green trust and stuff so that when I can. Let's see what the Elfridgen ring does. You whisper every waking hour. I in my confession. What are these? This ring is. Okay, first off, the Lord of. No.
One more.
Raise Howl ring does grass fire power, fire damage enhancement, Elfridgen dark damage. Okay, not worried about these. But what do I need for? What are the materials needed for it? Because I can level up if we do this. Hexalite 100. No. A lower level one. Oh, I'm
I'm
good.
not sure like what they're singing about in this song because I'm not paying overly too much attention to the lyrics.
Losing my religion? It's a really weird video too, don't worry. It was made in a time where shit was just fucking weird. You could watch the video, still no fucking clue what they're talking about.
But yeah, one thing that like the I think I thought I saw you try just makes me think of like how toxic would a relationship you have to be in that you have to gaslight yourself to thinking that you saw someone try. Not even knowing, just thinking.
Did they try? I think so. I think they tried. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go try and catch this duelist.
Ah, yep. I'm just flying around the ice mountain. I haven't explored up here yet, so I'm getting more exploration.
I mean, I have a legendaries here, so I'm gonna try throwing it at it while it's not paying attention.
Ooh, yeah.
If that doesn't work, I'll try and attack it. And then I might kill it because fucking this is not my mercy team. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Doing? Let's see where your back is. Ah, there. 9%. What do we got? Fuck. Nope. Now he's upset. Damn it.
This is pretty. Ooh.
Go ahead, do that. Oh, I have an ultimate sphere. Hold on.
Having a good time. Having a good time.
No, damn it.
Oh, something to the north up here. With an oh.
Rude. Oh my god, you killed my bird. How am I supposed to get out of here? Go, go.
Don't stop me now. Don't stop me now.
Go. Don't stop me. Okay, so he's very strong.
Stop me
Oh shit! Herbie, save me!
That's
Come on, get in the fucking ball. There we go. Jesus fucking Christ. Heavyweight and burly body. That bitch was strong. Now how am I getting out of here? Oh. I don't know. I could just walk in. I could have just walked in here.
Oh, oh. Sure, that is a really good blazer mod for working. I mean, it could be better, but it's
Having a ball. Don't
got
stop
two
me
things
now.
that are positive.
Fight, fight. Oh my god, that's a gorgeous attack. Did you just kill it?
I can actually send this now.
You did.
Because my flyer is
Alright.
currently resting.
What was that attack? Lotus plume burrows into the ground and vanishes, then emerges at the surface as a flower bud, blooms, and unleashes a wide area attack. Nice. That was impressive. Oh, here it is. Okay, well, she accidentally killed it. I guess taking down a boss actually brought. You know, I just got my video that I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna keep that as my pal.
Yeah.
She's level 57.
Oh, I see. I am coming to you with a good blazer mod. It's not the best. You can breed it from there, but it's got artisan and it's got diet level.
You're coming to me?
Come to one of your bases.
Oh, I see.
Which base would you prefer it in?
Sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't have it. Yeah, this is a good working power. A good base working power.
No idea what's being said right now. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get this Nightmare baton.
Oh, okay.
Just because it's here and I haven't got one yet. Get in the ball. What is getting in the ball? It's just not staying in the ball. Like, fucking stop. It's rude.
Okay, so laser mod.
Stay. Stay.
The one I just
Stay. I'm gonna use all my Hyperbalsams, bitch.
If I condense this
Get in the
one.
ball.
Wait. Do I want to condense?
Oh, I have an Ultra Sphere. Shit, I didn't realize. I'm gonna die.
This is not going to be a combat, but I could condense it just as a worker. None of those are problematic.
Jesus. I have 100 health. Well, 300 health.
Oof.
That bitch was trying to kill me. Alright, so what were you saying you were bringing to my base?
I have put in your breeding base, in your main base, it's not perfect, but it's got no negative to work speed blazer mod. It's got a positive work speed, it's got artisan, and it's got dire level.
Nice, thank you.
You're welcome, honey.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, let's see if we like the way this looks. First off, we've got to put this in here because she's dead. Let's be real.
Yeah, let's just do that. It doesn't have a negative.
Oh my god. Tristan.
Yeah?
It's beautiful.
What is?
Celestial Knob.
Ooh.
It is. Tristan, come to my base. I need you to see how, like, legitimately beautiful this palette is. Down here. Down.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely.
Isn't it?
Oh. Oh.
Is
It's like
so
the dark to like purple to blue
is
and then to pink.
beautiful.
That is so beautiful.
Okay, so
Oh my god. I mean, so do you take back what you said about not being sure about its color?
yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Two. What's the other one? The other one was a slagger, so I don't want that one. What is this one though? This one is also a slacker.
Oh.
They're both slackers. See what that is. I have no idea what these eggs are anymore.
Why do I have this cat receipt?
There is a pal here that does not have a bed. Who? What? Oh, the Blazement.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's good worker.
Okay.
It's got a couple of negatives, but they don't affect working.
If I compare it to my current breeding pair, Flame Emperor Work Slave, Flame Emperor Impatient, and this is yeah, I like Artisan more than I like.
So if I want a
I am Iron Man.
Catrus or Catrus Ignis and a Catrus Ignis. Do I have multiple Catrus Ignises?
Here.
I do. Oh, no. But I might go and catch more. I do need to do. Anyway, I don't need to worry about chromite for a while. I'm genuinely good on chromite for ages.
Good.
Lightweight hexalite armor. There it is. That's gonna be a big increase. I'm currently still wearing pale metal. Let's get a iron pale. You Moldrum just work. In I don't need more of that.
I keep trying to put these away, and I keep forgetting.
Honestly, actually, I'm gonna swap you out.
What?
I'm just talking to myself. I'm gonna swap
Drafting
that one.
table. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam.
Both of you work in the range. Perfect. I'm getting a bee guard at my base so I can actually generate honey here.
Okay.
So then I want honey just to make the which cake is it? The vegetable cake that makes him lay 2 eggs. Because that's gonna be the best for just getting crappy ones to condense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
okay, I did already get the drafting table unlocked. So where is it? Other?
you guys just go and do whatever. Go and have fun.
Oh, it's here. 20 refined ingot. $150 refined ingot. I'm gonna make
Um
60 charcoal and
if that's weapons, okay. I've already got the
quality wooden boards.
perfect, that's gonna be cheaper.
Ugh.
Reduction
I only need 10.
lightweight hexalite armor. Let me make
Down, 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 down. Bam, bam, bam. Oh fuck! God damn it! I keep going to the workshop and then forgetting that why I went there. Did you see what I'm gonna name all my Wistellas?
No, I didn't.
I'm gonna name them all Nurse Joy.
That is lovely.
It makes sense because they're all gonna be at different bases, but they're gonna all be the nurses for them for each base, and they're all gonna be Nurse Joy.
That is just lovely.
Mm-hmm. I'm also going to get a Petalia Ignis, which would be a better fire pal than the Chili Ignis, but since I'm using the Chili Ignises as fire pals, I'm going to be using the Petalia Ignis as a gatherer.
Oh,
Hmm.
a good gathering.
Yeah, not as good as they are other things, but you know. Belle Noire, Libero, Siren of the Void.
Oh, you hatched a Balinar Libero?
Yeah,
Nice, I gave you the Libero egg then.
nice.
Oh, so you won't get 5 Balinors.
Damn. Oh no.
Instead, you get a better one.
Bear, bear, bear.
Armor. Mm, 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 mm.
Bear, bear.
Artisan.
How good is this?
Artisan Flame Emperor.
When
Ooh.
activated, attacks targeted enemy with Nightmare Bloom. Siren of the Void.
Flame.
Yeah, she's actually really small. She's so pretty. Are you good transport? I mean, I assume so.
Mhm.
Medicine production 7. Okay.
Do I not have the Hell Surgery table? Is that an ink
I
technology
made
or is
one.
that?
Don't worry. You can go to my workshop. They'll be there.
I'm not necessarily want to use it. I was like, do I not have it to construct? I guess not.
Let's see what happens. What's your nightmare stare look like, Bellinor Noir Libero?
Fortunately, I am wanting to take.
Ooh, not very great.
That's
Not very great. Okay.
Mm.
Just wanted to see what would happen. Apparently, a level 11 Bellinor Libero can't take on a level 58 Setseer. Who knew? I mean, it can take it on, it just won't win.
Better accessory. I could make.
Marshmallow, where are you?
Just a generic support whistle will be better. Just a generic attack whistle. Okay, so then if I go. Oh, perfect. I don't think that uses ancient civilization gauze that I was after.
I got another electricity generating book from the space. You know what that means? Puffy.
Ooh.
It's better than you think, though, babe.
It's better than I think. Why is it better than I think?
You know, I'm not going to put it in Puffy. I was going to give it to Puffy, but Puffy's level 9 right now.
How dare it be better than I think?
The thing is like if I still, it's only 2 stars and level 9. So I could level it up more. I could condense things into it. And I'll save this generating electricity book for
I'm coming to you.
coming to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go do this dungeon.
Want to cross from my house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have fun. I've done it like 4 times. I mean, it's right there.
It is right there. I'm wanting to get another cat for sickness.
Yeah.
I want to start breeding them. I want to breed my like this pal gives +1 to this stat across this.
I do not want to do that very specifically because I don't want it to be like possible to increase them because everything's already maxed.
True. I just want it to be a decent worker and increase itself. Try to stop that ASAP, but it just insta-killed it.
It's not alpha, is it? Oh, it's not. So this is what the size of a standard one looks like. Okay, all right. It's not like super fucking massive then.
Chest.
I wonder if I'm gonna try something really quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put Ryuma in my base. Just for like a second. And then I'm gonna go to the workstation. And I'm going to set his work preferences to not chop trees. Okay. So his work preferences are now not to chop trees. And now I'm going to take Ryuma out, put it back in my party. So if I come over here now, let me go to a tree that is not in my base, because if I'm wrong, I don't want to break the trees in my base.
Oh, my Dazzy Nox just learned Apocalypse.
The answer is no, he still wants to chop trees. Okay, well I tried.
This is the way to go. Well, this is the way to go. I'm gonna... I can't be bothered going back. I should. Probably, though.
They look like they're racing. How adorable. Did I already make the cakes? Did I have it make cakes?
Oh!
What?
I just got a Blaze of Use slab.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's how you get them.
Yep, just in the dungeons.
Oh, that's amazing.
It was the end chest that gave him to me.
I've been in there like 4 times. Didn't get one. You get in there once. Boom. I got a place on Noct.
Nice.
Trying to breed for a place on Noct. I think I got that out of a random egg. Found on the ground. Slacker still. Damn it. I need to breed out the slacker. You guys are gonna keep going until you stop slacking.
Keep going until you die. So I didn't mean to throw that yet. Oh, it dodged it by jumping. Pew!
Pew pew.
Really? You dodged that again? Oh no, you didn't dodge it, you just deflected it with a 41% chance? Okay, cool. Easy going unstable. Not what I want, but better than nothing. Need a second one. Mm-hmm.
Diamond.
No, I didn't bounce off the wall and bounce around and hit in the back. That would have been cool if it did. Okay, got that.
Damn, I lost it.
Mm. Oh, cool. Very
I
happy.
breed my humans.
Realistically, yes.
They don't have genders. They're all gender fluid.
Oh no, everyone's being castrated. To stop them from fucking the pals.
Oh jeez. Oh maybe. They make cake so fast. Oh my god. Put the cakes in the fridge, and then I'm gonna have them cook them in a minestrone because I bet we could use a lot of that. Yeah, would you guys make 513 minestrone, please? Thanks. Bill Slacker. Jesus. I don't know. Yes, it was.
I just called the Naveen.
I don't know what that means by your dropped items plus 50%.
I think it's just when you kill things, the amount of things they drop. That's the my just guess though. think they just need get like someone with better English proficiency to translate things.
Maybe.
But there's a few things that are just translated odd.
Maybe.
But you know, for the most part, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good. You became the light on the dark side of me. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and try to do some bounties so I can get Nat the artisan perk.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Passive. I need to do I think I have 2. So I need to do like 13 more. I feel like they should be weighted, you know.
Hey, maybe your dropped items will make him drop more bounties.
Oh, I don't have that in my
That's fine, but just theory crafting.
yeah, that'd be cool. Honestly, I mean, I could go try. Is your mom making cookies?
Maybe.
Is your mom home? Am I losing my? Am I having a stroke?
Should be.
Am I having a stroke?
Yeah, she should be home. It's almost 3.
I feel like I smell cookies.
You probably do, yeah. She does make cookies. She is made out of cookies. Oh, whoops.
That why she's so sweet.
Maybe.
I can say my power, my pleasure, my pain. Me and like a addiction that I can't deny. Don't you dare use it, have it, baby. Hard skin slacker. I'm telling you, stop. I don't want no slackers.
Well, at least they can take it when you're telling them they're a piece of shit. Get back to work.
Slacker. Noir. Okay. Let us try swapping out Sakura for this Bella Noir that's service minded and see if randomly, I don't know, maybe. Is it just while in your party or
I don't know. I wish I did.
it says service minded? I don't think so. That means. I'm not putting that with me.
Futuristic technical menu, that's great. Okay.
The world to save me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. And everything's made to be broken. I just want you to know. Bruh, Rihanna looks eager to help with logging. This is why I always have random ass wood in my inventory and I don't know where it comes from. Oh, I got 2 tokens from that guy.
Nice.
Maybe it's level dependent.
It could be. It could be. That would actually make sense.
Yeah, that way you can't just like grind out level 15 bounties.
Not that much good. The only female Catress I have is on an expedition.
Oh, wow.
That's okay.
Growth acceleration bell. What is that?
Pell XP, I believe. I believe that is Pell XP gain. Itchy, itchy. Oh no.
Ear was itchy.
No.
Sit up. I got getting comfortable, man. Oh, there we go. I've gotten so. I have 7 tokens. I should have more based on how many of these are defeated. Do I have any in my workshop? Be my little baby. Okay.
Let's go experiment. Oh. I've got a gift for you, my love.
Oh, for me.
For you.
I'm at my workshop.
Yeah. Is this where your Pal surgery table is as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's your gift.
Thank you. I'm gonna go buy the thingy so we can give Nat surgery.
Or any surgery she needs it.
He needs it. It's basically lobotomizing her to work harder. I need you to work faster, Nat. Even though I don't even know what work speed would do for her because she's, an ice pal. She's just like, I'm cooling the fridge. Okay, I guess I'll cool the fridge harder.
Oh. So there's certain passives that you just have access to already.
Oh? Oh, that's good. Oh, wait a second. Oh, once you get it, you always have it.
Yeah.
I see. Well, now I have artisan for everything. Bruh. That was perfect then. That's a good one. Okay, I'm gonna go get Nat.
Can I?
My fridge is not going to be fridged for a few. What?
We have insomnia by default.
No!
Or we might have gotten it from something. We have insomnia.
That's incredible! Oh my god.
Oh my god,
I'm
this
giving it to Nat.
changes
Yep,
things.
it changes everything. I'm gonna give Nat insomnia.
Insomnia costs 10k.
Although
It's
if you
just
asked
money.
last night, she already has insomnia.
It's accurate, more accurate.
Hmm.
It costs 10k for a level 1 and 50k for a level 3.
Okay.
This changes. I need money. I need money. We need so much money.
Oh, wait a second. I can only change a passive to something, so she only has one passive, right?
Plus dot. The plus will add it,
Okay.
and you can add up the 4.
Okay.
Holy shit, this changes things so much. I think we might have gotten it from one of those schematic towers.
Maybe.
Insomnia Palworld
How do I do this? Change which passive? This one. Insomnia. It's only 10k to grant insomnia.
Uh-huh.
Bruh. 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 What else is there? Brave, okay. Ferocious. Oh my god. As I have mercy hit on here too.
Okay, so removing A negative is 10k.
Okay.
White is 10k. Yellow is 10k. Rainbow is unknown. So, according to the wiki, but
Okay.
the wiki's out of date.
That is incredible. Nat, you are going to be the best birdie ever. Nat, stop transporting things. You have one job. Pull the fridge. It's the coldest fridge in the Wild West. That's awesome. Well, good. At least I don't have to worry about getting things insomnia, like where I work pals insomnia, because I'll just give it. I'll just pay it for it. Redskin Slagger.
Bounty offers and arena merchants.
Slagger, sickly ones. You suck. Why would you do this? Okay. What if then?
Okay, so oh my god, that changes so many things.
For example, I'm about to spend 20k to remove Slacker from 2 fucking Celestia and Nox, and then I'll breed those 2 together. I'm actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move the table to the breeding house because that makes more sense here.
Understand, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna desert you.
You cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna la 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 and hurt you.
What's the best way to get money?
Drugs. Oh, you mean in the game? I have no idea.
Rags.
Probably.
What implant does disagree table have default?
I could just give it pass. Could I just replace the passive instead of like taking one out? Let's see. What should you have? You know, you're gonna be a hard worker. So
Okay, cool. Actually, I might have things in the base already. Do I have... What is money listed as? Other material. 51 gold in
wait. I paid 50k to replace Slacker with Artisan.
the base.
I'll do it again.
Nice.
Now I can breed those 2 together.
Wanna tell you. Oh my god. I thought you had to buy all the chips. I didn't realize it came with chips.
You're the Jedi.
What's the most important ones to get? Probably all my mining and shit. Get 1, 2.
Hi, Psycho. How you doing? Where is... Where's Ruma? I lost him. I mean, it'd be easy to find him,
Important.
but I'm just annoyed that I've lost him temporarily.
Checking on
Oh shit, I've got to tell them to go to the breeding thing before they start chopping all my trees down.
Hey, hello, Psycho. How you doing?
I'm not.
How's
It's gone.
Sakura things been going?
And the world is done.
Oh my god, my love.
Yeah.
I can have a glass of hot stuff.
Lonely. Oh my god, you're so stupid. I love you.
Did you move the surgery table?
Yeah, it's at my base now. Makes more sense here.
Oh, yeah. With how useful that is, yeah.
I've lost Ryuma. There he is. He's my highest level pal. I wasn't gonna lose him for long. Oh my god, they're so fucking beautiful.
They are lovely. Oh my god. Pop in a massive. Actually, you don't need insomnia. You've already got vampiric.
Oh my god, did you guys already finish making all that fucking minestrone? No way. You did. 537.
Is there another one I want? Oh, you can put. Oh, ooh. Work slave? Yes, please.
Who needs work slave when you have artisan?
You can put both on.
Oh, I did not
Yeah.
consider that.
Yeah. Oh, that has heavily changed breeding as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Um. mm, mm, mm. Well, eventually you can get like a pell or like a money thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the gold coin press. Oh my fucking god. That is amazing. I'm glad we figured this out now and not after we had
Oh
fucking done everything on preparing to get raid shit. What is in heavyweight? I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't need this blaze hell anymore. Is my expedition? Oh, it is.
Hey, do you want to breed me something?
Give me a second, but yes, I can.
Univolt?
You want a univolt? Just regular
Yeah,
univolt?
yeah, I don't really care about like right now, like until I get into like actually breeding it. I just want one so I can cool this bitch. Actually, I could probably find something cold. Coldest cooler, I guess. Amaris, that's really big. Pull a pup. Yeah, that'll do.
Um, so you want a univolt where?
At my workshop.
Okay.
Oh my god. I did not realize the polar pup was that big. He looks so fucking chill. Literally.
Univolt. I'll give you this one with work slave, sure. There you go.
I'm so sorry. Univolt Christ. I should have been more specific. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
I will be right back.
Sorry.
It is okay. Wait, it's not at my base? It was in my work. It was in my storage. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Well, you are fine.
No, I wasn't apologizing. You're just apologizing to the pup because I accidentally hit him with my axe.
I think it is. And you get training of planet ship.
I made 534 minestrone. I wanted to like spread the love, you know? Put some in the
There you go.
workshop.
There's the Univolt Chris with a ridiculous stats.
Oh, thank you. Isn't this okay? This is for breeding, yeah, I assume.
Okay, you can, it does look like the rainbow implants are one-time use.
Okay,
If they exist
okay.
for, I don't know if it's across every skill. It looks like it's limited across certain ones, at least before 1.0.
Okay. I am going to change the workshop, set the work mode at the workshop to normal work. And I'm going to do the same thing for the farm, the crop farm. Just because they have better food now. I think
Yep.
that could increase their production. All right, I need to actually put cake in there, huh? No, they don't need cake to breed.
Okay, my love, I will require. By require, I mean request a Celadid knocked at some point.
Oh yeah, yeah. Would you like one that is you know, I'm not gonna give it to you just now, but unless you need one right now,
No, I don't need one
because
right
like
now.
the ones right now will have slacker on it.
No, that's fine. It's not an emergency. It's just at some point in time because I'm only missing a proper dedicated logger at my base.
Okay, well the slacker I can get you that.
There's already one in this room. I'm right here. Oh yeah, huh?
I said they're so fucking pretty.
They are. They are really pretty.
Like, I don't even know I'm doing this right now. I don't even want to breed them right now.
Oh. I don't even need the Pangolin anymore. The only reason I kept the Pangolins for so long is because I needed
I'm gonna do.
insomnia.
I'm actually gonna take these out of the breeding thing now because it's a male and female. I can breed them later.
Cooling
And the
powder.
egg I just got is one, so that one I can give you. So you have to hatch it.
Okay. Imagine going from night owl to insomnia on a pal.
Oh yeah.
Good dream.
Your base.
Yo, honey.
Oh my darling.
I love you.
Where is your thing?
Over here.
Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum, Seems a little hot, like you.
Oh my god. Oh,
Okay. Let's see. Ophidia accomplished. Got that. Starion plus Celidio. So let's see if they are the same or opposite genders, because I know I have a Starion. I got one yesterday.
I need to get my this team, get them all. Oh, this massively changes things.
Looks like I have one Celestier, which is a female. The Starion that I caught is male. Fabulous. Fabulous. I need this to make a Starion, two Starion Primos, and that's going to be for gathering at the
That's my favorite base.
crop farm, missionary farm. Why do I keep going down here? I don't need to be down here.
I get a dedicated,
Where are you at? Where'd you go? Oh,
me?
no, sure, there she is.
You?
I lost her. Fine.
Us?
I'm breeding two horses together. Well, a deer and a horse. Well, a deer and a unicorn, really. Together to get a something else. Where's the music? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see. Working on this now. I will figure out how to breed that. I've got one at least. It's just like pairs I have.
I just wanna lose your love tonight.
Got the pairs, got the pairs, got the pairs, got the pairs. Damn it.
I wonder how much this would sell for. Tonight. Oh no, that's pals. I don't want to sell pals.
This
Oh,
one.
that's actually come out. Very easy to make. Minestrone sells for quite a bit. 89 each.
Selling 89? You think that's quite a bit?
I mean, I'm selling 350 minestrone for 31k. And it's just to get
Absolutely
them
not.
started. Minestrone is so easy to come by.
Yeah, but like the pals are gonna eat that. And that increases their sanity.
And their work speed as well.
Yeah. And they don't have to eat as much of it.
Yeah. That's fine. I can make so much minestrone.
Okay. Well,
It's just
don't take
extra.
mine.
No, I'm not touching any of yours. It's just my base stuff. Wait, if auto carrot onion potato. Mm, I need a lot of chocolate. Just a little.
Is a male chicken. It gives an increase in player work speed. For some reason, I thought that was necessary. Male chicken.
Ooh, artisan, hard skin, impatient, blooded. Okay, okay. I'm happy with that seller steered not.
Oh, I meant to keep the girl. My bad. Need to get another chickpea. Not that I'm breeding them, but you know, I want a male and a female of everything. Oh yeah. Oh, oh. Oh my god, this is such a big egg. How big is it supposed to be? I don't know if that's alpha or not, because that's the first time I've bred this. Guess we'll find out. I had just one wish, only one demand. I hope he's not like me. I hope he understands. Well,
Wow.
what?
Insomnia, artisan, work slave, and serious.
List it again.
Insomnia, does not sleep.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, insomnia, artisan, serious, and work slave.
Okay. I was like
So
looking at my chillet. I was like, I've got workaholic, insomnia, dainty eater, and serious on my chillet. And I guess I can improve those, huh?
I just swapped 3 of the passives on the Celadere knocked you gave me, and it is
Nice.
its work speed increase is now 100% from passive skills. So you would be in the base instead of that. Actually, no, instead of this. This. So that Celadere is just going to log. That's all I want it to do, just logging. So I don't need anything else to be logging. You don't need a log.
Condensing pals. Basically getting it to the point where it's like I just have a good male and a good female of each. In case I need to breed them.
Nice. You do not mind. You just do those two. You just do those two, but you have support. You're just transporting, which is fine. Ideally, I would swap those to Insomnia and something else. Yeah, these two can just help for whatever.
So I guess. Mm.
Okay. I want to research. More gunpowder? Yeah, more gunpowder.
Tired. I'm very tired of compressing them.
This one, yes, yes, yes. Refinement.
So huge might just be it. Okay, what am I breeding? What am I making? I'm making a I already got the Ranjishi, Dynamorph, Celestar Noct, Working on Starry on Premu, which is the gathering. Starry on Premu, like, that's why it's a normal egg, because it's a normal creature. What does the Starry on Primo look like? Why did I pick the Primo version? Was it because it's the best, or was it just because it's cute? I don't know. Oh, it's the second best to Jet Dragon, that's why.
Oh, and yeah, you don't like Jet Dragon.
I can't get the Jet Dragon. Even if I wanted it, I couldn't get it. I can get the Starry on Primo.
Let me go get mushrooms from the ranch. That might let me do some login research.
Let's see. Let's look at our other breeding pairs.
Huh?
Care about those. We're just gonna make sure like there's nothing makes things bad. Like we don't want glutton from Lulu. That's actually negative. So let's remove that.
Did I not?
And if it costs the same to remove something as it does to just replace something, yeah, let's just replace it.
I'll do it the second tab. Easy to make.
There, now instead of being a glutton, she's serious. Diet lover, glutton, same. See what I mean? That's what I'm talking about.
Take on me, take me on, take on me, I'll be gone to my. I can't hit high notes like that.
It's okay. Don't care about that. That's fine.
Take on me, take me out. Take on me,
Here, we just remove Slacker. I'll be serious. We don't need it to be crazy. We just want it to not be bad. And it's cheaper to do serious than artisan for everything.
Yes, yes. You can either serious and work slave on everything, and it's cheaper than artisan by a lot. Oh, this is where they're going. I was wondering where the mushrooms were going, and they're putting them in the ingredient in the food. That's okay. I can put them there. I think I've got all the mushrooms I need. I don't know how to get the like suspicious or unusual or something mushrooms.
I don't either. Supposedly we're supposed to be dropped the same way, but
Take me out, take me, I'll be gone.
that totally fine.
You come with me.
So there's nothing like
Melendo.
actively bad. That's good.
I'm
That's
the
good.
P. I will be back in a moment.
Okie dokie. Mm, so cute. Every single day, every move. I'll be watching. Oh, there's a raid approaching where? Oh, he just left to go to the bathroom. I don't think he knows. He might know. Are you aware of the incoming raid? Babe.
Yes, I am aware of the incoming rain. That's why I was there. 30 seconds. Cool. Time to pee.
Oh, you made a surgical table over here.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Just gonna make it easier to give the Peltier skills.
Baby, baby, please. So basically, I think all of my breeding pals, there's nothing necessarily wrong with my breeding pals now. So all of the bad stuff has been removed. Now it's just like good stuff or eh. Like, I mean, it's okay. I mean, I don't know why that would be on a like it doesn't really make sense for my gloopy primo who's going to be watering my crops to have dragon killer, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't have a negative, it's fine. Crops are
Trying
made
to
out of dragon.
breed out a negative is so annoying.
Yeah. It is so annoying. I'm so glad.
Hey, first Starion Primo has Coward. Fabulous. Where the fuck did you get that from? You got it from Starion, who I did not fix that. Oh my god, Starion Primo is so pretty. Hold on. Hold on. First of all, let's change this to serious, because you don't fucking need Coward. The fuck? Oh my god. The Starion Primo is beautiful.
Ooh.
It's just like a white and gold unicorn.
It genuinely seems like the most important thing now that we've figured that out with breeding is just getting the right genders.
Yeah.
And then like the stat cakes, if you want to min max.
Yeah. Oh, I'm too poor. I'm too poor to remove coward. Damn it. Let me go sell something. Okay, I've got a bunch of stuff stacked up to sell. I've just been hoarding stuff. I'm actually kind of curious how much money I'm about to make.
What are you selling?
You know how you're just like randomly out and about killing things and you get things. You know,
Yeah, you can get
the
like
things that just say high value things you can sell.
yeah, like gems.
Yeah, things like that. I'm just gonna go sell all the ones I've been stocking up on.
I should do the same.
You're over there selling fucking minestrone.
It was just to get enough to put something on one of my characters. But basically fix up my electric generation pal.
Yeah, let's see how much I'm gonna get. Don't worry about me. I've just got 217,250.
Nah, minestrone's the way.
Think I could take coward off of it now.
Probably, yeah.
Afraid of changing, so I build my life around you. Who is it? Was a boy or a girl? It's a girl. Okay, good, good, good.
We should just compete more often.
That has hard skin. Is it a boy? If it's a boy, we're done. It's a girl. Damn. My reflection has no covered him. Down. Bring you down. Alright, my Wumpo Baton is a male. I could have sworn I had another Wumpo somewhere. If it's might be at the other base. Yeah. Really? Stupid. I'm free. By about 10, 20. I'm free. I'm fearless. I believe. Hello, Jesse.
Hello, Jesse.
I'm just gonna get a bunch. How you doing, Jesse? Good morning. You having a good morning? Did you just wake up? We've been breeding all morning. We did some raids. That was fun. And then we discovered that the raids are freaking crazy. So we have a lot of work to do.
We do
And
have
then
a lot of work to do.
we discovered how to make breeding easier with the surgery tables.
I thought.
I did, and I had my coffee. Nice, nice. I have a monster. And I drank a coffee this morning, too. Well, I had a chai latte with coffee in it. It was good. Did you like your chai latte, babe?
I did. No, it was nice. It was nice.
Good, good. Yours was like $4.50.
I'm glad it wasn't uh bigger.
Why? You don't think bigger is better? Good job.
Because I just probably would have drunk it all and made myself sick
Oh, yeah.
very quickly.
Tighten my chair thingy. Oh, my God. Very loose. So we keep this Allen wrench on our desk because get a sometimes the arms of our chairs get loose because we just wiggle them so much. So we just keep it there. Every once in a while, just have to tighten our chair. Oh, I see. Just one more time. Oops. Feel blue. Never ending. On and on and on and on. Strangers.
Do you
Yeah,
have a male Bella Noir?
a very good question. I have one male.
Would I be able to get to that?
Sure, but you have to come pick it up from my workshop because I'm doing something.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
How are you, Jessie?
She has her coffee and she just woke up. She's great. Fucking groovy.
It's in your workshop?
Top corner.
Oh, there she is.
Look at this bitch. Look at this bitch.
Downtrodden and belly body.
Bitch is so fucking lazy. I love him.
I love how things just call things. They just like sleep on them. Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah. You're gonna be really excited about what I'm gonna make.
Ooh.
I'm gonna tell you that. It's a secret.
Secret.
Why do I have one of these in my pocket?
I got money in my pocket, money in my pocket. Should have made cake. My compass broke. It says there's a Relaxosaurus permanently attacking me
Oh,
from the raid.
oh, I see.
Yeah. Why do I still have my axe equipped? Huh? I don't need that. I can't even be bothered doing anything without just destroying it. Life's so fun with you.
What?
Life's so fun with you.
I agree. Same with you.
You don't want to get caught, you just die.
All right, let's see. Oh, look, how cool. Did you see that?
Hmm?
Did you see what just happened?
No?
Okay. Well, I leveled up the base.
Ah. I wouldn't be able to see that because I'm not in the base.
That is because I made an advanced sphere assembly.
Oh, yes, it's nice.
Yeah, it's really cool looking. A little dirty. Yuck. Guess it'd be weird if it looked pristine. Although who knows? Maybe there's a little higher level one that is pristine.
It's raining tacos.
Oh no, it's raining. Gold coin assembly line. No, it looks like. What is that? Harnesses the power of a world tree to grow all kinds of plants on the island. Smaller than a berry plantation, it's suitable for indoor placement, so follows the same cultivation process as standard plants. It requires plants with high level planting, watering, harvesting suitability. Ah, interesting. Sounds bougie. Oh my gosh. The Celestier Knocked Saddle is not, you can't get it until level 78.
Oof.
Good thing I don't need to ride it.
Ow. I died.
Senses on fire. Tristan, are you trying to get a Frost Stallion?
Maybe.
Okay. Why are you being so sussy about it?
Because I died. There's no try when die.
Check this. We currently have a female. Is this a male? Nope. Basically, we're trying to set up the best, like, crops farm and everything, because more crops mean more minestrone, mean more feed everybody, everybody's better, everybody can work harder, you know.
Boxes on fire.
Just got back from the expedition.
Yes, they did.
I'm gonna put these away. I'm gonna assume I'm gonna move these here just in case, but I'm going to assume that I'm going to assume that one of those 4 eggs is a male. But if it's not, they're right here. So I need to get my chillet back to breeding.
Okay. I can do that. Powder, meat, no powder. Okay, I need to make a lot of charcoal. I have made a lot of charcoal. It just wasn't transported.
Mm. There's a lot of flour.
Assignment this. This research I'm currently getting going is going to be amazing.
Is it?
Yeah, it is basically it'll basically increase the amount of ingots we get. It just gives like a chance that you get a second ingot, like crafting ingots. Do you have insomnia? Cool. We're gonna work until it's done. And it all without you.
So you know how Herbie had Brave?
Yeah.
He still has Brave. I gave him Ferocious.
Oh.
So now he has plus 30 increase to his attack. Herbie's attack is 1,100 or 1,144. He's a hamster.
Fucking hell. That is a lot of damage. That is a spicy meatball of a hamster.
He already kills everything. I want to take him. I want to take him into a boss battle. I know. We'll go defeat this Lylene over here. It might be a Lylene not. There's nothing over. Oh, there's no Lylene. Or oh, there it is. Ah, that is a Lylene knocked. Okay, let's see how it did. Ooh, not bad. Okay. Oh, you killed it. Damn it. Okay, well, I got that boss killed. He did a good job. He didn't like insta kill it. And it is grass versus grass, so
Is that grass or is that ass?
not like there's a type advantage or whatever. Are you not gonna like attack it, Herbie? Come on. Be aggressive, be aggressive.
I want to come over and shoot it once, so I get the contribution.
Well, you gotta hurry. I mean, Herbie's gonna kill it. It's dead.
No, I just got
I'm
it.
sorry.
Ew, I shoot you.
It wasn't my fault. It was Herbie's fault. He's a monster.
There is a monster, and his name is Herbie.
Herbie reminds me of Chopper. I'm not gonna lie to you. Just because he's small, cute, but also is kind of badass. I'm gonna go through this entire. Oh no! I just realized there's a type disadvantage there for Herbie. I was like, I was gonna take Herbie into that thing, and I was like, oh wait, they're Bushy Knocks. And don't get me wrong, I think Herbie's very strong, but you know, going up against Bushy Knocks, fire versus grass, I think I think there might be a disadvantage there.
I think Herbie might get a little hurt. Yeah. You at my base.
I'm having them make 229 cakes. Actually, I'm gonna stop them now. I'm gonna have them make it later, after the other chillets are done. Yeah, had a feeling that I belong. Had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. I wonder what I can make in the, see if I can make any new things in that new sphere workbench. I don't think I have any more spears unlocked, but who knows, maybe.
Maybe.
So we'll see. Had a feeling that I'm alone. I had a feeling I could leave someone, be someone, be someone. Ooh, exotic spheres. Fancy. Have you guys make as much hexlight as you can, please? Had a feeling that had a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone.
Is Ignis Breath? Okay, yeah, that's just flamethrower. What about Ignis Breath? I do Purifier?
I got another duelith earlier. There we go. Oh my god, I just realized that my first duelith was a normal size. Ah! Oh my god.
Huh?
I have an alpha duelith. Well, a
Ooh.
boss duelith, so it's like really big.
Oh my, oh yeah, that's already big by default.
Yeah. Male and a female. Can I breed them? Male and male. Nope. How do I get Univolt Crest? Oh, just 2 Univolt Crisps. There's only 2 ways to get a Univolt Crest. Univolt and a Frost Plume, or a Univolt Crest and a Univolt Crest.
Ooh.
So, this one you
Yes.
gave me is useless. I'm just kidding. Just temporarily useless. I just have to get a Frost Plume. So how do I get a Frost Plume?
Drugs.
I was thinking.
Everything is drugs in the end. Where's your critical hit spot? I don't even know.
What level is the Blazomat Ryu tablet?
I'm not sure. I think it was purple.
Oh, okay. See, I don't know what that means. I didn't know if it tells you like what level it is. Like, how did you know it was level 30? How did you know it was level
I didn't check the level on it.
Oh.
The 45 one was purple. The 35 was blue. I don't know if it tracks that as well for other.
I look at the Lilene. I have a Lilene. And I have a Valet, I think. Or did I kill it by accident? I have one. It's a female. And the Lilene is working at the other base. Fuck.
Nice.
I could breed the Shroomer knocked and a Celestial knocked to get the Frost Plume. Okay.
Frostellion Court.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank
Is
you.
it a girl or a boy?
It is a in my base.
Okay.
I'll tell you when I get back.
Okay.
Forever I go, I will love you forever I go. It is a boy.
Mine's a girl.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh.
This has actually got some good skills on it. I mean, a good passive. It's got Legend and then Ice Emperor. I don't know if that's there by default.
Mine has
but...
Legend, Ice Emperor, and Musclehead.
Ah, okay. Mine's got Dragon Killer, which doesn't have any dragon
I
attack.
underscore M underscore
Wait, no,
Simslord said hi bitches.
That's actually...
I underscore M underscore Simslord said sup.
Hi, bitch. We are the bitches, you are the bitch.
I'm not a bitch.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm a bit of lad. A little bitch.
Oh no.
I'm a big liar too.
I'm married to a bitch.
Girl. Oh no, girl. Oh boy. 2 boys. Yeah, we have 2 boys. Which one's the good one?
I'm
This one.
gonna put my Frostallion in your base.
Okay.
It doesn't have any negatives, which is good. But we could get rid of the negatives now that we've figured out. 12, 13, 14, 14. There you go. He's so pretty. And now you can breed as many Frostallions as you want, right? Oh my god, the snake is back, but we're not even peeing.
Actually, the ironic thing is I actually do have to pee.
The snake knew the future. Oh, the irony.
The all-knowing snake. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can build this now. Yes, 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 yes.
Is this a girl or a boy? This is a boy. Are all of mine things boys except for boy, boy, boy?
Boy. Mm,
I have one female. She's unstable.
yeah, refinement technique level 2 is done. Okay. Sure, yeah.
I'm like so fucking locked in, dude. I have like 10,000 things to do. Oh my god, I'm just gonna go pee.
Go, my love, go. How are you doing, The Sims? Do you remember? Oh, that's what I was waiting on to be built. There's a lucky outside of my base. What are you? Another lucky Vanworm, huh? You okay? Was it a stretch? Okay. I'm glad. It wasn't you dying.
Although, yeah, I am dying. Just a lot slower than you think.
No!
What is this?
Never die, my love. Never. Not even once.
What's inconsistent? This. Wait, where did that come from? Oh, I see. I was like, what's in here? Why do I not have enough beds? Thank you, babe. Thank you. I will breed this later. I
Yeah.
have so many things to breed. I just want to get the chillets done, okay? I've been focusing on them so much. I'm so annoyed with the chillets, okay?
That is okay. Already have that one? Yeah, already have that one.
And at this point, I am willing to like put off like the breeding of like the spares for a bit, just to get the ones that I want, and I'll mass breed later.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is completely fine.
Because like I have to get the ones that I want for everything.
Yeah. I just need one more Rangers, nice. Just flying around the ice mountain doing stuff. Mostly exploration because I need the points. Technology points, and if I find anything cool. Spirit of Fire. Well, didn't set on fire, and that's a rear hit. Okay, got all the Rangers I need. Oh, a Rayhound Chris. Exploring also gives money, which is nice.
Mm. You know, I'm gonna keep it like that. I was gonna change it to where um the emoji had serious instead of workaholic, but I was like, I think that it's gonna be better if it has workaholic because that way it doesn't go insane.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. True, yeah.
I_m_simslord said on my flight home I was auto-assigned an
Oh,
IC.
where's Rayhound Chris so
Let's go,
easy?
no bothering strangers to get up.
Nice.
Let's
I
see, so
also am an ILC girly. I know some people are like, oh my God, I want to sit by the window. I'm like, why?
Harold.
I had one person try and like take my seat and they were like, actually, no, no, no. They walked up to me while I was on the plane and I was sitting on my seat and they're like, oh, you're probably gonna want us to sit on the outside because we have a baby. And I was like, no, I'm gonna sit on the outside because I literally paid for this seat. Like I picked this one on purpose because I don't like the inside. So like why would
Yeah.
I? Eventually. And this was like my last flight too. So like well, my second to last flight, I guess. It was technically last flight, but like there was a layover. Anyways, I don't know how to describe that. It was really weird. It was a pit stop for gas kind of deal. So anyways, wound up getting back on the plane with that couple, but the seat had broken that I was sitting in. So downside for that. Seat had broken. So because there weren't as many people on the plane from where was I?
Uh,
Singapore?
going to Singapore, so
No, on the way to here.
okay. Yeah.
Because there weren't like that many people on the plane. I wound up basically having a row to myself. So that
Yeah, it's
last
really
leg
nice.
was really nice. I slept the whole time.
I
I knew
was
I
gonna
didn't
say,
have to move at
I'm
all.
gonna stress out so much. Was asleep the entire time.
Yeah, that last leg was nice. Because, like, it's hard to fall asleep when there's people who keep trying to get you to fucking move because they have a baby, which I get. Okay, like, it was either going to be one of two things. I had to pee a lot too. Okay, so either
Yeah, no,
way, it was going to be up and down.
the first leg.
But am I gonna try it? If
fuck.
am I gonna be the person who tries to wake up? Am I gonna be the person who tries to get a couple and their baby to move because I have to pee? What if they get the baby to sleep? Absolutely fucking not. I would just pee my pants.
So it was good you had the aisle. Wait, no, you didn't have the aisle.
I did
on
have
that
the
one.
aisle.
You did have the aisle on that one, yeah, but you just were like, no, I'm not moving.
Yeah, they wanted me to move. I was like, nope, not happening. Cause like that, they're like, oh, it'd be easier because we'll be up and down. And like my ass is just thinking, I'm gonna be up and down too. I have the bladder the size of a peanut.
You have the bladder about the size of that baby.
Yeah, the baby's bigger than my bladder, quite literally, actually. So, anyways, you said you like the window seat before aisle seats when you're flying alone. Well, yeah, because I mean it's different if you can tell like your parents or siblings or something to move the fuck out of the way. Or if Tristan was there, I could just be like, Tristan, I'm gonna climb over you. And he'd be
And
like,
then
all
I'll
right.
stop her and be like, kissy fuck. And then shoot
Honestly,
punch in the face and be like, I
that
need
wouldn't even be an
cookie.
issue. I like the outside, or I like the inside, I like the aisle seat. Okay. I don't think Tristan would mind sitting by the window for me.
Oh, no, not at all. I had the window seat on my flight back to Australia. That was
What?
it was a long flight, yeah, but like meh, it wasn't that interesting. It was like, cool, yeah. Partway through the flight, the United Airlines windows. God damn it. I guess they got the boss kill. Go dark so people can sleep. And I could adjust them, but it's like, oh cool, I'm over water and it's nighttime.
I could pay 10,000 to do this. So hold on. Stop them breeding right now. We'll get them later.
Just the two of us. You and never.
Okay. How is this egg hot? It's a scorching egg. And honestly, to be honest, you're further away from. Oh, because it's like in between these two. There's nothing in here. Okay, yeah. I can try just the two of us. Okay, so I need to name these two. This one might be the third. We'll see. I mean by third, I mean fourth. What did I come with the names I came up with? Dongo.
Imagine from California to New York, it's about the same as from uh
No.
from it's not the same from Raleigh to uh, San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, it's the same. I thought you were getting ready to say from Raleigh to Australia.
Oh no, no.
I was like, yeah, nah.
About 6 hours. It's a bit longer then. Yeah, because you have to go more north. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You're getting the The plane trip going across Americas. Honestly, harder because the planes tended to not have like the entertainment systems that the international planes have.
Oh. To be.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Two girls, two boys. Pretty good.
For some reason, a lot of people like booking the middle seat and the window seat. Probably couples. But I don't know. I hadn't had a plane trip before, and my brother was like, "Yeah, make sure you get the aisle seat so you have leg room to you can stretch into the aisle." And yeah, that was really nice. Melbourne to Perth. Maybe.
No, I don't want to show you something. I want to show you something cute. La.
4 hours and 20 minutes. So that's more like Raleigh to San Francisco. Melbourne to Perth to Brisbane would be closer to 6
I want to
hours.
show you my danger noodles. Look, look, look.
You got some danger noodles?
Kind of. Look. Hold on. No, no, no. I don't want the books in. I don't want the books in. Hold on. Look, 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 look. Look at them.
Oh my god, it's a danger noodle squad. Oh, that's so cute.
I love it. Oh my god, I'm so happy. This is what I wanted. This brings me joy. Oh yeah.
Yeah, both Melbourne and Perth are on the southern side of Australia, so they don't have to go diagonally. Mount of Silver Keys.
Okay.
Something interesting is the Mimog passive lets you just open treasure chests without using keys. It's actually pretty good to have in your team.
Yeah.
Probably should swap that out for my exploration team with the bronze cherry. It's less important to have the bronze cherry now that we figured out breeding things. Did kill it. Cryonies. Long linky noodle boy. You have to get two flights. Was one to DC and then the other one to New York?
Might have been a layover in Charlotte. Charlotte has layovers a lot.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
No.
Oh yeah, Charlotte, you alright?
Ah.
Charlotte
It's so freaking common, dude.
It is very central, so that makes sense.
It's not central at all. What do you mean? Charlotte's in North Carolina.
No, to DC. It's more central than DC to. Actually, no, it's not really.
Mm-mm.
I guess it's just better for them to fly that way. I don't know. I don't know the US flying situation.
Charlotte is a massive airport.
Makes sense. Charlotte was
DC to New York would be like 20-minute flight. It would.
just walk it.
Got my babies here. Sweet. Okay, who's next?
I think Melbourne to Sydney is like an hour and a half
Let's
flight.
get the Renjishis going through. Let's focus on this farm. We'll get this next. Or no. Yes, no, yes, no. Let's do the Wumpo, because I keep getting I keep wanting to do the Wumpo and I keep forgetting to do the Wumpo, so
Wampo or the Wampo Botan? Apparently
the
Wampo
Botan.
Botan.
I don't even use the regular Wumpo.
Yeah, the Botan apparently is one of the better transport impels, at least early.
It is definitely.
Yeah.
Temporarily gonna swap these out because I need this fucker.
Oh. Oh.
Oh my god, it's an alpha. I forgot. It's so big.
The Minecraft parody is so good. Yeah, I always am just thinking about that. I just don't know the words well enough to sing either of them.
Now the rain is gone. I can see obstacles in my way. Cloth, wooden board, nail, fiber.
The early Captain Sparkles Minecraft parody songs, fantastic. I haven't. I mean, I imagine some of the newer ones might be a bit meh. I know he quit Minecraft a while ago. What the hell? I feel like a lot of the OG Minecraft YouTubers either got caught up in massive scandals um or quit. And there's only like a couple left. That was definitely overkill. Shooting it almost killed it, so. It has gone. Nope. probably survive that. Yeah. Type. Neutrality.
I have no idea.
Did you know? Oh, hello. Why did that go that way? Did you know you are adorable, my love?
I'm not.
You are adorable.
No.
Oh, wow, that was fast.
Mesh these all together. Male.
Actress does not have a lot of health. Good to know. Mm-hmm. Oh, like bunch of effigies here. Ruby. Maybe I'll go effigy for the Van Worm Trist. Ah, you have been here. Lias's talisman schematic. Oh, interesting. No, I'm way too north.
Lordy, lordy. Be good, huh? And I didn't mesh that one in, but the other ones. Hunker, Harley's King, and Slacker. We don't like that one, but we can take care of that later.
Give the Wanderer a Wumpo. Okay.
Who's unconscious and why? The fuck happened?
Drags. drugs happened.
Actually know what happened because, like,
Don't do drugs, kids, or else you end up unconscious in a random place and no one will know why.
okay, well, something happened. Basically, I'm distracted, just like trying to condense all these pals.
Oh. Hell contention. I've done that. I haven't. I need to do that more of that. 69 nails. Mm. What the heck? Didn't it?
Female,
Nail.
female.
Where are my nails?
How I'm doing it basically is I'm just merging female with female and male with male. Male, 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 male.
Male, 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 female.
You're such a goob.
I'm glad you like me.
I'd hope so. I married you.
My condolences. Oh, here, this one goes up on thing twice. Another day will be in paradise. Oh, think twice.
Serenity.
Oh, think twice. Another day with you and me in paradise. Well, actually, I should. Well, I'm gonna re.
Okay.
Oh, cool. I can copy the invite code while I relog. Paste. Just because I'm sick of the Relaxosaurus that's aggroed on the compass all the time.
Fair enough.
It's not disappearing. Put up with it for as long as I could.
That's okay. Longer than I would have.
I feel like with you it would have been instant.
I would have been like, ew, gross, I hate this.
I love you so much.
Mm.
Oh my god, she loves me. I never knew that. What about the burn cherry for? Sure, this one per. Bum 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 bum. And then give the. And I'm gonna swap out the burn cherry canvas for Nimog. Bead. Oh, oh, I can just read it from. Okay. I can do the delivery request, and I don't need them in my inventory. Okay, that's cool. I thought I needed them in my team. Increase. Skill. Start walking. Okay. Let's go test this. I'll leave my keys behind. The consumers. Oh no. Hold on to them for now. Explore to the north. Okay, that's an effigy. That might be a lore thing. I don't know. By the way, it's something I need. Pew boom. I missed. God damn it. Are you rampaging? Yeah. Ah, that's a laser beam. I'm allergic. The rampaging Reptero Christ. Purifier is actually very strong.
I think I'm good. I have condensed.
Nice.
There's a lot of condensing.
Wildling's ring schematic. Okay, nice. This thingy over here. Oh, down. My head. Oh, so let's monk them through. Oh? Oh, that's what that is.
I have 72 cakes in my breeding thing.
My love,
Hmm.
mark my location on the map.
I will mark your location on the map.
Top of the ice mountain. There we go.
What am I looking at?
Hmm?
Alexasaurus? Sweet. Alright, right over there. I gotta wait for these eggs to hatch anyways.
Something to do while waiting. I did look up that it was in the ice mountain as I was expecting, but
Mm-hmm.
because I just felt like Faybreak was too late for how we had been getting them.
Can we do the PAL genetic research unit?
Oh yeah, we can do that quest. Oh, and this little lore thing.
Basically, I still want to get the egg incubator thingy. And I can't do that until we defeat the next boss.
Yeah. I don't know, it's gonna be a while before we get the next incubator.
That'll be after the Faybreak Tower. Whatever. This is weird. There wasn't technically a spot to stand there, so it wasn't like registering as like so I could restore stamina, but I was like stuck. So I was like, but I found that if I like weirdly clipped through it and vibrated for some reason, that was somehow enough to start restoring my stamina. So I didn't fall all the way down the mountain. It was weird.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I had one time where I just slid down the entire
Yeah,
mountain.
I've done that so many times. That's why I was trying to avoid it.
Like right now. Whee! Oh, I'll take that. I'm a lift monk effigy.
I just
Is
got
I'm
a
fine
ruby
right now.
effigy.
At least it's easy to spot in the distance because it's red
Mm-hmm.
against white. Yeah, I'm gonna go to. I'm gonna go to the town and wait.
Which town?
Up for the quest.
Okay. I came over here really quick because I wasn't sure how long it would take you to finish what you were doing. And I was gonna take care of this bounty. Mostly because I feel like it's gonna be a high level and I wanted to see how many it gives me.
Oh yeah, yeah. We should still. He should be up by now.
One
I
over
did kill him
here?
a little while ago. Yeah, Clint.
Is that the name? Is that his name?
Yeah, he just went past
Oh
where he
shit.
is.
Oh yeah, there he is.
Yeah, I thought it'd been about half an hour since I killed him.
How many brownies does it give?
More than one, I think. I think he gave it 2, maybe even 3. Oh, this is a cute little town.
The Igloo Town? Yeah.
Yeah.
3.
3? Nice. Well, that's easy to get 10 chunks of pure quartz.
So mine says defeat the PAL genetic research unit. What does yours say?
Search for clues about the next town. Oh, have you done the...
It's because I just randomly talked to a person and they told me where to go.
Oh, are you a pal tamer? So maybe we could contribute for favor. You see, we've been struggling to make ends meet lately. We were recently accosted by those crazy scientists and they took our precious kitten with them. They said it was crucial for Dr. Victor's research. You look like you can take care of yourself in a fight. Please, I'm begging you. Bring our precious kitten back to us.
Does it say defeat the PAL genetic research unit?
You do, but I must warn you to be careful and I can't let you approach on an empty stomach. I can at least offer you this. Here, take it. Yeah.
Come on now.
So weedy.
Come along, my darling husband. It is up you.
I'm catching some munchos.
Okay, well,
Okay. Let's go. Oh. You bastard, you escaped my bone.
there we go. Done.
Nice. That Frostbark Christ got absolutely destroyed. I found a sphere with a kitchen inside. Yay!
I just wanted you to be close enough to actually get credit for it, because I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Marshmallow. Right. Let's see. You've been so good to me, and I know it's shameless of me to ask for more, but could you possibly look into this Victor that's leading the researchers? It's only a matter of time before he sends them to take our pals from us again. In the past, they stationed at the ruins at the foot of the snowy mountains. You might find some clues there. Oh, and before I forget, here's the curry I promised you. It's piping hot, and I made plenty to go around, so help yourself. Oh, yay! Curry!
Everest Berry. I want
Mm.
the Malquist. Oh, nice. Nice looking
Oh,
pal. The Mal also gives money, cash, money. Oh, we're going south. I did not think we'd be leaving the ice area.
are we? I have no idea. I just started going this way.
But we're going out of the snow into the regular area. We're still staying on this island, but
Oh, there's a thingy up here.
no more rampaging. There's a thingy up here.
Is there... You don't want to love me, you can die!
I shot him in the face. That'll make him love you better. Ah, nice.
I didn't have one of those yet.
Yes. Yeah, there's a few around this area.
Looks like somebody already got it. No, I'm just kidding. That happens a lot. Frostallion's talisman. I wonder what that is. I already have a Frostallion. Come along. Wee.
Oh no, she died.
Got squashed. Squashed. Note to note. The spherical relic locked in the tower is part of some type of sealing device. It's safe to assume the other towers have similar relics stored safely within. One can only wonder what they were used to seal. The research facility was attacked by some kind of enraged POW. Though it cost us a few members in the unit, this POW, a predator POW, provided significant findings once dissected. It's lacking the energy necessary to sustain life. The source of that energy must be the giant tree. So, in other words, this predatory state is induced by starvation. I wasn't able to get anywhere near the world tree. However, I am examining the flow of energy around it and did the thank you, I will stretch, and to confirm the one thing, this island is beginning to decay. Can this truly be happening? If this island's dying off, then what of everything else? That must be what the key spheres are for. That giant tree is set deep roots in this island. I will fucking kick your ass. He doesn't like my voice, apparently. He's decided I have the most disgusting voice and he doesn't want to hear it, so he's trying to do everything he can to shut me up, right, Sims? That giant tree has set deep roots in this island. No, in the entire planet. And whatever the key spheres are sealing away inside, they're no longer able to contain it. In that case, we need to create something that can. No, we don't have
I was
time.
agreeing with you.
Yeah, you hate it. That's you agreeing with me. Yeah. Do you like my voice? No. See, we don't have time. We need to take any and all means available. We won't get the job done otherwise. Okay, so they're starving. So we're killing angry pals, and the pals are angry because they're hungry.
You wanna kill this bounty guy? I haven't
Yeah,
done it
right.
yet.
That sounds good. Twisting your words. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever twisted words before. That doesn't sound like something I would do.
Oh, interesting. I shot him. Well, that's a bit of overkill.
It is overkill when I can't kill anything.
Oh, you have mercy on
Yeah.
that. Oh, yeah.
I was just waiting for you to kill it. I was like, I got it down
I
enough.
was like, okay, I got it a little bit low. You're surely going to finish it off with that giant ice spear.
Oh no, I just couldn't kill it because it was mercy.
Random Bulgur, get that power bubble.
Uh-huh. Bitch.
Hmm?
You know I'm just giving you shit. Sims. Just kidding. He's like, stop. He's like, it's fine. We're friends.
There can be no
I
friends.
love this fucking mount, dude. He's so fucking fast. I love her. Marshmallow's amazing.
I'm casually gliding because mine ran out of stamina before I could get over there.
God, imagine running out of stamina. Oh my god. I've never run out of stamina in my life.
I know, pussy.
Oh, I see what happened.
What
So,
happened?
you know how... Okay, I need to make it to where it's... So basically, I had it set originally where if commands were long enough, like the sniffing baka thing, if that was long enough, then it would pause the music so it didn't like... It wasn't like that sound over the music.
Oh, yeah.
So if somebody does a longish redeem, it pauses the music, but because Spotify's been derping out lately, it's not replaying the music once it's done. That's why it keeps randomly pausing.
Oh, okay.
Were you able to find any clues? I see. Something that Victor discovered while researching the ancient civilization pushed him to start his latest experiments. He must have stolen my kitsune to use in his experiments. Rumor has it he's even started to have people taken away recently. Wait, then that man before. Someone from the PAL Genetic Research Unit came asking for help while you were out investigating. His face was haggard and he was begging for food and water. As much as I hated him, I couldn't let him die. Fed him a bit and then immediately ran off, saying he didn't want us to get involved. Or to get us involved. I think he must have been running away from Victor. Please go make sure that he's alright, Pal Tamer.
I think he's dead.
Maybe. He could
That's my
be.
guess.
My guess is... You know, it's entirely possible he's dead.
So now you don't like my pal. I see how it is. It's not that she doesn't like your pal. It's that
Your pal
you like.
actually has a really good boost that I actually thought was pretty cool. I'll show you as soon as I can. Like it's got a perk. It's a passive bonus that I liked. I just don't remember what it was right now. I remember thinking, oh, that's cool. So even if I'm not actively using Sims pal, I can still use it for niche circumstances.
So yeah.
Yeah. Wee. Also, this is a legendary. I'm sorry. I like the legendary a little bit more than I like the Vanworm, bruh. Although yours actually is still technically the mount I go to if I need to go across water. So, because I don't, yours is literally the only flyer I have that can cross water without dumping me into it. I can't see a thing with how hard this blizzard's blowing. I can't imagine I'll get out of this alive. I'm not one to give up to the very end, but I'm writing this just in case that I'll have something left behind. I know. I don't know when Dr. Victor became the way he is now. I've been with the organization for so long, and I always thought I understood him, if even for a bit. He was the epitome of a researcher, quiet, indifferent, and only ever looking towards the unknown. Or so I thought. I happened to get a glimpse beneath his eye patch. I fled in terror the moment I did. I have no idea what those eyes see. He sacrificed so many, and not just pals, but people as well. But for all those lives spent, he never even cared about what it accomplished. Focused only on something far beyond all this, completely disassociated from manly endeavors. I hear footsteps. That curry was so warm and delicious. It made a great last meal. I wish I hadn't stolen from people kind enough to feed me like that. I guess I'm getting what I deserve. I hope they stay safe. Aww.
No, he
He
died.
did die. What's this? Is this under the mountain? Oh, no, no. Never mind. I'm dumb. It says
There's
report.
a effigy here.
Whee!
I still
Whee!
haven't handed in the Relaxosaurus effigy. I really should.
Oh, shit, me either.
Do you even get it?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, nice. You went and got it. Cool.
Well, that's because, like, we've just been here the whole time.
Yeah. We have just been hanging around.
I wanted this mount for so fucking long. I'm so happy. This was always my endgame mount, or in my mind, it was always my endgame mount. But the thing is like, the jet dragon, I understand is faster. I just,
It doesn't look cool.
it doesn't. People are like, oh my god, I love the jet dragon. I'm like, why? It's hideous. And that man, oh, then he's gone. How awful. I know I've asked so much of you already, Pal Tamer, but I have one final request. We have no idea what Victor's discovered or how he's preparing for it. But what I do know is we can't let him take people's lives at will, no matter the reason. Please, Pal Tamer, you have to stop him. I will. But first, I'm going to go put this experience thing because I need experience. I want this. I want to be able to get the more experience from the pals. You know, I'm really, really strapped for fucking experience over here.
Strapped for experience on your character, yeah. Same, honestly. Same. I need more.
Need more experience.
I need to level up. Definitely.
I'm just so far behind levels, you know. Ooh. Ooh, unstable and conceited. Ooh, conceited and a heavyweight.
You're up to your Chris, no?
Ooh, Vanguard. Oops. I forgot to apply them. Yay. Hey, look, moss eggs. Surely some of these eggs will be good. Go to the other base is down here. I leveled up before I like put experience points in things. I like opened an egg and it was like, yeah, that's enough.
I need to get more fucking shit to make ingots.
Actually, this is a good time for me to figure out what that what Sim's thing was.
What's stopping me from making pal metal?
There he is. While in a party, increase the damage player deals to enemy weak points by 20%.
Oh.
I don't know what that means.
Headshots and stuff like that. Oh my god, I had so much ore just sitting there not being transported because I don't have a transport powered.
Yeah, alright, fuck it. Let's
good
take
shit.
him with us. I'll go deal some super damage to enemy weak points. Wait, hold on, before I do. Sims, how would you like to not be sickly anymore?
I think he likes being sick.
I'll let him pick his own passive if he wants, as long as it's like not gold. Okay, alright. I'm gonna give you surgery. So let's see, we've got Brave, which is plus 10% attack. Hard's getting defense, you're defensive. Increase the movement speed, increase movement speed on water, max stamina, active skill cooldown reduction, hunger decreases 10% slower, positive thinker, sanity drops 10% slower, your work speed increases by 20%, your work speed increases by 30%, but your attack decreases by 30%. You can increase the value of items when sold by 3%. You never kill anything. You never sleep. And then that's it. Which one? Stamina on the top of the 50 is the stamina on top of the 50k?
Yes, they stack.
Yes. You want that? Or do you want speed? I feel like speed or stamina. Okie dokie.
Belladonna.
I actually am very curious now to see how his stamina is. Okay, you ready? I'm gonna go this way. I'm just gonna go. That's actually really fucking good. Look how slow that's going down. And I'm sprinting. Bruh. Hold on. Alright, this is where I am. Babe, look how far I am from the house.
Whoa.
And that's sprinting.
Fuck. Sprinting drains it quick.
Yeah,
If you don't sprint, you get further, but it's slower.
yeah.
You from the team.
Babe, look at this. Okay. Babe, I want to show you something. Look. Okay, so I'm gonna go to that way shrine over there. Ready? I want you to pay attention to the stamina. I'm not sprinting.
Oh, it is moving.
It is moving, but it's so slow.
Holy shit.
Good call, son.
Uh-huh.
That's gonna be some good long distance power.
Mm-hmm.
Pelagery.
So you're the long distance runner, and Frost Allion's the speed runner. Where am I going? This is not where I was trying to go. I thought that was a way shrine. Where am I going? Trying to find the fucking. I just wanna teleport. I fucked up. I fucked up. Sims is over there fighting things. I guess keep him distracted. Ouch! Pen pals die. Yeah, and then you can put them in the. They can die, but then they'll come back to life. It's not like Ark. Ark, if they die, they're dead forever. However, you can set it that way if you want to. You can set it to where permadeath.
You can. Yeah. We definitely would have failed already.
Yep. Like Minecraft then? What do you mean? How's it like Minecraft? In what way is it like Minecraft?
Mhm.
Beam.
Yeah.
Non-permadeath? Oh, no, I guess. Like, you mean like respawning? Is Minecraft the only game you've played with a death mechanic?
Ooh. Mastery of fasting. Oh, hunger decreases 20%.
Babe, let's fight the pounds. Beat
Oh my
Victor.
god,
He's
you want to
evil. He
fight?
killed a nice man. So what do you think of? I mean, in Minecraft, if your dog dies, it's dead. So no, I wouldn't say it's like Minecraft.
Okay, I come. Guys, I'm surprised that you're still live streaming. How are you? We are streaming whenever we're awake. Whenever we're playing this game, we are streaming, and if we're awake, we're playing this
Oh,
game.
did y'all see my schedule that I posted on Twitter? I
Oh,
posted a
I did
schedule
not
on
see
Twitter.
that.
It's beautiful.
We were working on that this morning.
I did, yeah.
Hey, honey. Sorry I took so long.
How dare you?
I'm the worst. You meant to play, but never mind. I don't go on Twitter.
We should go on
Is it
Twitter.
also on Blue Sky?
No.
Kiwicho.
No, why should babe? This is fine. Oh, he looks cool. I'd smash. Like, so far of all the bosses, like, this one's probably the one I'd smash first. If he wasn't an asshole, obviously. Oh, wait. I just thought of something.
Shadowbeak. Oh, Shadowbeak.
Fire beats ice.
It's dark.
Oh, is it dark? Oh, shit. Well, so is Rima.
What beats dark?
Light?
Electricity, maybe? I don't know. There's not really a light element in this game. Go, Noir. Hit it with your beam. That's its skill. Like its partner skill. That beam. Where did it go? Oh my god. It's invisible.
It's invisible. Oh, it didn't. It flew across the screen.
I didn't see it. Where is it? There's nothing here for me.
Really? He's right here in front of me.
Oh my god. I'm gonna go hug nothing.
Okay.
Hi, friend.
There you go.
Yay! He's sphere of gluttony.
I searched Aiko Heartblossom on Twitter, and I think I found an abandoned account of yours. What do you mean?
Sin of the rare on the lifeblood of the stars.
Entirely plausible because we're the Heartblossoms. That's different. I might have had. I probably have an abandoned account.
It might just be her her personal account before we rebrand.
You know what this means now. I can unlock.
We can unlock the large incubator.
Ooh, I'm gonna go make it.
Oh, well, that's not too hard to make. Do you still have ancient civilization cores?
Yeah.
Nice. You need 4.
What was I gonna do with them?
Dang
Phew.
Whee!
I don't know where the fuck I'm going.
You went to the wrong side. I almost did the same thing.
Just too lazy to check your falling time. Fair enough.
Okay, let's go talk with the person. They'll probably tell us to go to Sakurajima, I think we're up to next. They might not tell us to go to Sakurajima. The quest might just be like, search for clues for the next tower. Go. Yep. Oh. Hello? Hello, person. I like the kitty.
I'm sure Victor had his own reasons for what he did, but the ends don't justify the means. I don't regret asking you to do what you did. Okay, enough brooding. Today we celebrate. We don't have much to offer, but today's the day that you saved the snowy mountains. She can twist her head like crazy. Let's make this
She
a
really
party
can.
to remember. Search for the client's katana.
Fine night for a drink. Yep, Sakurajima's next. Hey
Okay.
guys, I've got a cup of coffee with 3 big spoonfuls of sugar and 3 big spoonfuls of coffee with caramel and vanilla sauce with free sweetener. 69 days of no sleep. Let's go. I mean, sleep is sleepy.
I forget where I was going. Oh, yeah, here. Oh, shit. I meant to go to the house first because that's where I have my cores. Did you want to check out my schedule, babe? On the Twiddles?
I did.
Did you love it?
I loved it. It's fantastic. Bellanua. How are you doing, Jason, other than, not gonna sleep?
You should sleep if you haven't slept in 69 days.
I feel like that's definitely a record.
I feel like you'd be dead.
Yeah, that's why it's a record. I believe the longest I've heard of someone's gone without sleep and is like. Oh, no, there's a guy that slept for a bunch of years without. Although, well, it's been awake for a bunch of years without sleeping because he got hit by lightning or something and it caused that, but people don't believe him. Other than that, I think 15 days of no sleep will kill you. I think that's the record.
Alexa, how long can you go without sleep before you die?
From verywellhealth.com. Researchers do not know exactly how long humans can survive without sleep, but the longest record was 264 hours, just over 10 days, which was achieved during a scientific sleep experiment.
Now we know.
Yeah, any other thing is just hearsay. Yeah, that guy did have a medical condition.
Take me higher.
I need to. Well, first I need to build
Place
this large ink
where
pit. Oh my god, he's so big.
the egg thingy, yeah.
It automatically maintains a suitable temperature. Yes, I no longer need a frost
I
pal.
know. How many can put in there? Oh, nice.
How many?
Like 8, I think.
Ooh. Oh, the eggs. Yum, 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 yum. I need all the eggs.
I don't know what that means. Set all eggs. You're so cute. Look at it.
Holy shit!
Right?
I automatically just fills everything. So it automatically maintains a comfortable temperature,
That's amazing. I'm so happy.
but not a very comfortable temperature. Oh my god, is that 10?
Oh yeah, 10. Sorry, yeah.
That is 10, damn.
Okay, I'm gonna pull the Wumpos out.
You're gonna only go for 10 days no sleep, then have beaten their record by a long shot. No, it's not. It wasn't saying that you can only go 10 days. It's just that's the only scientifically confirmed. Everything else is just word of mouth, which is not scientific.
Okay, so let's look at these.
The longest consecutive hours slept for would be a coma of some kind.
I don't think that's necessarily sleeping. I think that's just coma. Oh.
Yeah. You don't really like sleeping because you want to live out your dreams. Plenty of time to sleep when you're dead. So get up, and drop down, down, do. Yeah, Aiko doesn't like sleeping as well because she wants to, what do these do? Defense? Because she wants to just be awake. You don't like sleeping because you just want to be awake to do things.
Slept for 13 hours straight. Ugh, gross. Okay. So we've got conceded work speed. Okay, we're fine with conceded. Don't want this one.
And you don't need insulated body, but you can have a second ferocious.
That one's fine.
Can't do it.
This one is fine. This one is
The
unhelpful.
patient.
Again, unhelpful.
Ragnarhawk. Yeah. I don't have. Okay, I want to get 15 more. I want to get infinite stamina. 28. Okay. Part of me wants to rework my storage because I'm
This one.
at that point.
So for now, I will leave.
Oh, I did not mean to pick up that pal, but get picked up, bitch.
I've got the breeding pair. How many am I gonna want? One for the Minestrone farm. One for the home base, and I think that's it. So I can put them there now without worrying about getting into the breeding too much. So I'm gonna go ahead and condense them, and then I will.
Let me put food in here too, and then put them in. I'm gonna rework my storage and like. Yeah, I'm just gonna rework my entire base. Well, my base is production area at the very least. I want another area to get upstairs, so probably over here. Yeah. Let me just get some advanced chests built.
All right. So over here we have the breeding pairs, basically. All we need to know.
Have you not heard of chibi before, Jason? It's a style.
What do you say?
Also, you guys look like little trash panda gremlin baby children. Yes, we are in hands because we are amazing, and the most amazing people are always in trash cans.
Oh wait, also I forgot I could do something else too.
YouTube Sims.
Oh yeah, it's on YouTube.
I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube.
Oh, okay. Apparently a large-scale electric egg incubator as opposed to what I built, which is a large incubator. Don't know what the difference is, but you know.
I stream to both Twitch and YouTube because I am a goat. Kill Eliza Pancakes, please. Hello. Hi, YouTube people. Tis I Sims. Oh, that's you. That's your name. I remember seeing you before.
Smiles? What's his name again? I can't remember. Smooth? Gilda? Smelda? To do something. I tried to combine my blueprints, but guess what? None of them combined, so that just means all of my blueprints are fucking unique.
Yeah, you need at least 5 blueprints of each build of a type for them to combine. Should we talk VTuber who loves in talking Spanish sometimes, please? Why are we talking about Chibi Doki? Want some more ease built.
What?
I do a hypersphere at my construction because I fat fingered.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Like, yeah, I'm building some chests. Hypersphere. Cool things are waking up. Nice.
You really wanted to catch it.
Yeah, I wanted to catch my construction. I'm gonna keep those and the rest of these go in here. Your YouTube username is Sims4 meme. Oh, Kill Eliza Pancake is a Sim4 meme. I would believe it. Sims is a bit wild.
There's literally no difference here. Like into what this thing can do. It just because it's with this that makes it better. Oh, oh no, I don't know.
Liza Pancake's a girl married a depressed dude named Bob. They live together and hate each other. She's kind of insufferable. That's a rather realistic marriage situation. Unfortunately. Do you guys want to know a cool fact about raccoons? Sure. Hit us with some cool facts.
I've heard of Eliza Pancakes. I don't think that I remember. Hold on. Let me Google because I feel like I'm picturing one of two faces. Oh, that is not the face I was picturing, actually. Not the face I was picturing. Now I want to know who the fuck I was thinking of. I think one of them was Colleen Ballinger. But I don't remember what her, like, name thingy was.
I did that.
See that.
Oh, it's because it's got.
No, it wasn't that one. Okay, there was another one who was like. It wasn't Colleen Ballinger. There's a girl's face who I'm picturing in my mind. She's like. She's light skinned. She does a lot of face comedy, I feel. Liza Koshy. That's who I was thinking of. Does she have a different name? Did Liza Koshy have a stage name? So. Yeah, I originally I was mixing up Liza with Colleen Ballinger. Don't ask me how, and don't tell them I did that because they'll probably hate that. The loudest animal in the world is a mere 2 centimeters long prawn. The pistol shrimp is capable of snapping its claws shut so rapidly that it creates a bubble which collapses to produce a sonic blast louder than a Concorde sonic boom. Interesting.
Did you know raccoons can fit into holes up to 40 inches, which means they can fit inside? Oh,
What?
did you know that raccoons can fit into holes up to 40 inches, which means they can fit inside our arse because they can expand up to 40 inches. That is a fun raccoon fact with Jason.
Do you know this from experience?
If you know this from experience, I apologize. Your life has been hard. Yes, dolphins do indeed use pufferfish to get high. They just throw it around at each other. What is...
Let's see, who are we breeding next? I needed the, I could use the shrimp, not the shrimp, the shroomer for something. I don't remember what though. Okay, let's do the ranger sheep because I need 4 of those. No, let's not do that. Ugh, what am I doing? What do I not have?
If I just do
Thank
this.
you. Roosters prevent themselves from going deaf through their own loud crowing by tilting their heads back when they crow, which covers their ear canal completely, serving as a built-in earplug. Where did my puffy thing go? Where's my... I lost my pop filter, apparently, at some point. Where the fuck did that go?
That's impressive. Where is that?
I don't know. I mean, I've got more of them. I could just replace it. Yeah.
I can give you this one.
No, it's okay. I got another one. Remember, I bought like a pack of 40.
Yeah. Yes, I do know that from experience. I mean, that raccoon...
Okay,
I mean, that raccoon has special experience. His name is Stevie. That raccoon. The raccoon. Okay? I am worried for your life, Jason.
Bye.
I'll do it this way instead. This might be better.
Okay, what do we want to do?
Yeah, that's gonna be better. So that'll allow me to do that without breaking everything.
We need 7 Blazemots. So we should get started on those.
We need 7 Blazemots?
I do. I don't know how many you need.
Well, like, I can get that done easy.
Well, I'm working on it. Look, I can do it too, babe. Like,
Do I still have any left, or did I might have condensed them all. I had, like... I still got a bunch left.
That's fine. I just...
You got it?
Yeah.
Nice. I will remember.
Basically, I want them to be the miners of the workshop. And there's 7 things to mine.
Ah, I see. What if I...
I'm just gonna let that go for a bit. They'll come up with a bunch of eggs because I have a lot of fucking eggs. All right.
Do this, this, this.
The common garden snow has 14,000 teeth. You love everything game ever since it got the 1.0 release. I completely agree. we've been addicted. We've just been the entire fucking time just.
Yeah, we have.
If we are awake, we are streaming. I'll show you my my schedule that I posted on Twitter because like fucking.
I love it. That Twitter schedule is da bomb kaboom.
To say. I love you, husband. Okay, here's the schedule. Are we awake? If yes, we're streaming Palworld. That's the schedule. Because it's
It is
just
accurate.
true. Anyways, I'm gonna run around and take care of some bounties because I don't like the gray on the map.
Rat cat rat. What did you say, Jason? My YouTube has errored out.
Oh wow, there's a lot of dire house, dude. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna grab all these eggs. Jeez, I'm getting so much leather. Found a nest.
Give me a second.
Not what I was looking for, but you know. Not even sure where the guy is. I'll just keep going, I guess, around the corner. See over here? The smell of a skunk is powerful enough for a human to smell it up to 3.5 miles away. Really? I don't know why I'm surprised by that.
What? Can what?
Apparently skunks smell so bad you can smell them up to 3.5 miles away. But I didn't know that. Like, usually I just feel like it's right outside my window. But now I guess I don't have to worry about that because I'm assuming, and I could be completely wrong, that there are no skunks in Australia. I don't know.
We do not have skunks.
Oh my god, I don't have to worry about getting stinked. The air has smelled very nice here. Probably because I don't have to smell any skunks within 3.5 miles. Ah, there he goes. There we go. A tiger's rear legs are so powerful that they have been found remaining to stand even after death. Tigers have been witnessed to have been shot, bled out, died, and remained standing throughout. Wow.
My love?
Yes, sir.
I need you here for a moment.
You need me in game or real life?
Real life.
Okie dokie. No, absolutely not.
That's the word I think it is, right?
I mean, it's probably because.
It's the correct amount of characters.
Yeah.
How do... It's so slow.
Done with that.
They were towing the line for a while.
Yeah, I know. He said a naughty word on the tweet on the YouTubes. So goodbye. We don't play that like that.
I want to also do this. I finally figured out how to make someone a moderator in YouTube,
Nice.
which just you can.
I wouldn't make me a moderator because I that is my account, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna make me a moderator so I
Oh.
can actually look at analytics while
Fair enough.
looking at the thing on my channel.
Fair
Because
enough. There he is. Oh my god, another wolf. Is that another dire wolf nest? No, it just happens to have an egg here.
I send boop. Go to this one. And then I add as moderator.
There's an ad coming up. Oh my god. So I wanted to mention something. Okay. Unrelated. And like, I'm gonna sit here like, I don't really care about like letting you guys know a little bit ins and outs and stuff like that. I just wanted to point this out because it's freaking weird. Okay. So I make, if we're having like a normal stream day, let's see, I make like 71 cents, 9 cents, 71 cents, 60 cents on ads, right? 12 cents on ads. Zero. Okay. So recently we've been streaming longer, so I've got 50 cents on ads, and then Sunday I had $1.93 in ads. That's a lot, right? Would you like to know how much I made yesterday in ad revenue? Just ad revenue.
Stab revenue?
Yeah. $6.86.
Huh?
Yeah, in ad revenue.
Oh, because you had like those massive rates.
Maybe, yeah.
And for the longest time, you had 40 plus viewers.
Yeah.
For fucking hours.
I just thought it was crazy.
That is insane.
I was like, that is like, it went from like 10 cents to like $6 and some change. I'm like, excuse me? What?
Yeah, that is indeed insane. Okay, now that I'm done with that.
So I'm starting like because like I don't even think that was a ton of viewers or whatever. If you're getting consistently that amount, I could see and like not even consistently that amount, but like consistently more than that amount, I could see how people could probably make a living off of ad revenue. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's Australian.
Twitch usually displays in USD. Twitch is displayed in USD. And then it converts once you transfer it out.
So it'd probably be like $15, $12.
I would say between probably between 10 and
Oh shit! Why do I keep doing that?
probably somewhere between 10 and 11, depending on the things.
Conversion.
Conversion, yeah, current conversion rates. Okay, so I want move that. Okay, I want. I want to redesign things.
Oh, what's this guy over here? Oh, I don't have a mold drawn yet. Very nice. I want one. Gimme. No, I said gimme. There we go. He's a pyromaniac. That's not shocking at all. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to convert.
Overshot it. That's the
I
current
just a little
conversion.
bit.
They're all hungry.
All right, let's see. Let's do this.
So that's gonna be my way up of health. That's gonna help speed. Where do I want my storage area? That was nice. I think I want my storage just like... Oh, actually,
Dude. Hey, not nice.
while I'm doing this, I may as well just go all the way, right?
Where's our fucking Dazzy up here? Why don't they ever have anything cool? Oh, what's that? A majestic candlestick schematic. Okay.
So... Should have my burnt cherry when I picked all them up.
There we go. Go to over there, but we have to go to the shrine first. So the extra cents, which I forgot the specific amount's probably like $9 on. Yeah.
Yeah, that is amazing. Genuinely something that's a bit on the bad side is that I now like you can understand how channels can literally exist just off of bots.
But they're paying the bots.
They're paying bots. It's like, do they earn more than the cost of the bot?
Like, my thing is like, I want to be super excited about that. And I should be. I should be excited about that. But I have a long way to go. I want to make a career off of this. And if I want to do that, I'm going to have to make more than $6 a day.
Yes. We have a ways to go, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Palworld has been really good.
Oh yeah, it's been nice. It's been replenishing my confidence, which is nice. Super proud of you both. Aw, thank you. So sweet. You still fighting thing? Oh geez, I thought that died already. I said that as if it wasn't a person. Also, I don't know what your mom's cooking, but it smells amazing. But she hasn't said anything, so I'm wondering if it's just like just for her. And she's like, I'm not cooking for people. I'm just cooking for myself. And I don't want to go downstairs, but what's that smell? Because like yesterday, I took her candy, and I felt bad because I thought that she just brought it home from work, But she's like,
Bitch don't deserve candy.
what? Not here. Not here. Here? How do I know where? How do I know where raid? It just says raid approaching. Approaching where?
Yeah, we'll
Oh,
switch on the
here.
map.
It's here. It's at the base I'm in. Damn it. Go away. Go away. This is a farm. There's no fighters here. Oh my god, get the fuck out. Fuck out. Hi, Weppa.
Hello, Whipper.
Whee. Oh, I got a thing. Ugh. Oh my god, what did that say? What did that say? This guy is an absolute heathen, absolute fucking criminal of the highest degree. Do you see his crime? His crime. He is a pineapple pizza enthusiast.
Oh.
He's got a bounty because he's a pineapple pizza enthusiast. And I got pizza. He had pizza in his inventory. I got pizza. So sad. Why is their hair so yellow? Oh, I just realized it's a girl. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, welcome in, Whipper.
Are you both that? Aw, thank you. That means a lot.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's see. Ooh.
I'm currently doing base renovations. So.
I'm currently running around doing bounties.
I'm adding another floor to my base so my giant fucking dragon stops flipping through the roof.
I'm trying to breed a bunch of big
Laser mutts.
blazemutts.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to breed them so that so I can replace all of my miners at the workshop with them. Zoom zoom, motherfucker.
If you want a couple with artisan,
Oh,
I've
that's a
got
bad.
some already, but I know you said that you can get them done yourself.
Oh yeah, I'll be fine. I like doing it. It's fun. It's relaxing.
Mm-hmm. It is. It is. Why is this overlapping? Okay. Guess I can't have the stair there before I got the wall there? Maybe the stair wasn't in the right position.
Let's see. Okay, so volcano area is done. This area is done. I don't think there was anything. Yeah, this area is done. This area is done. Oh, I have one here.
No, I'd normally have you both tabbed if my computer wasn't packed in my luggage for tomorrow evening. Oh, no, that's completely fine.
You're fine,
There's
yeah, don't worry
really
about
no
it.
pressure to ever have us tab for any reason. It's literally we appreciate any support, but
If you can't, that's fine. How much does Twitch pay you for subs you got? How does Twitch pay you for subs you got?
okay, so it is somewhat complicated since they changed it. Basically,
In what way do you mean how does? Like, so PayPal if you want to go really, really basic. Like, I don't know how much knowledge you want of that. Are you talking about percentages? Are you talking about how often do I get paid out? I mean,
so Twitch pays basically if we run ads every well, 3 minutes of ads every hour.
oh yeah.
We get a 55% split from Twitch. for whatever the cost of the sub is.
Which is why we have to run ads, because otherwise we get fucking nothing, basically.
Otherwise, it's like 30%.
Mm-hmm.
And also ads. The other reason is they get rid of the fucking the
Oh yeah,
pre-rolls. Pre-rolls.
I hate
collapse
pre-rolls. I hate pre-rolls. If I join into a channel and the first thing I see is an ad, I'm gone. So I wouldn't want to do that to other people. I'm like, I don't want to wait 3 minutes. I don't want to wait 3 minutes to.
It's really unfortunate whenever a raid happens as ad starts, like I had happen the other day.
Well, that's not your fault.
Per sub, we get 55% as long as we run 3 minutes of ads every hour. And
If we're
whatever,
partner, it goes up.
if someone uses a VPN to buy subs from a different region where subs are cheaper, so something that was happening was when they had region pricing, Turkey. Turkey had like really cheap subs, I think it was, and people would go to Turkey with a VPN and then buy subs from there. The problem with that is, like, yeah, they're cheaper for the person, but for the streamer, it is a massive hit. So I think Brazil also has cheap subs.
Oh, I love
So
that.
if you go to a region, we'll get 55 cents if the sub costs $1.
Mm-hmm.
I believe
Oh wow.
in the US they're what, $7.99? So $8 a sub, so you would get like,
I thought it was like $5.99.
I know in Australia it's $8.99. US sub price Twitch. Yeah, $5.99 in the US, $7.99 in Canada.
Oh yeah, that's another thing too. It's like that's why I always have the subscribe here button, because it's cheaper to subscribe on PC. And if you're on mobile, it only really gives you the mobile option. So I have a link that shows
Yeah.
you, and it's like, hey, if you subscribe here, it's cheaper. Because I don't see that. I don't see that difference. That goes to.
You know, one time I was hit with a pre-roll ad and immediately after was hit with the 130-minute. Yeah, people sometimes set their ads to run like they run like 1.5 minutes of ads every hour, and you get half an hour of no ads. And then half an hour of ads of pre-rolls. So in Australia, I believe it's $8.50 or something. Hang on. What is if I was to gift a sub? $8.99. So $9. So 55% of $9 if someone from Australia subbed, or 55% of 6 USD or 5.99. Ads are a bit different. Ads pay you a rate per ad. So some ads give you more money, some ads give you less. Depends whatever ads
It's always
get
always
run.
really random.
One gift sub on mobile in Australia is like $10. Oh no, probably like $12. I don't know. I don't use mobile for that reason.
But we don't see that difference. So like if you're like, oh well, I'll pay on mobile so that you can get more money. No, that's not how it works.
It's literally taken by Google
Mm-hmm.
or Apple.
Taken by whoever the play services the thing is through.
Looks like it's $1 higher in Australia. So it'll be, yeah, $10. So it's always worth it to just have the link, both from the streamer's perspective and the viewer's perspective, because the streamer doesn't get anything more.
All right, I have mercy hit. I'm plugging. Jesus Christ, why are there so many chickens?
Do I just want to make... Yeah, I'm just going to make the stairs symmetrical. I won't have this bend.
So, those two are done. Okay, I can go to the desert now.
And then we'll fix any problem. Oh. Accidentally broke a roof segment.
The game is really well balanced. I like it.
It is.
I just like how, like, level-wise, it's like you actually need to, you know, be up to a certain level to be able to fight certain things.
Mm-hmm. And then like the legendary bosses and things like that, even if you are up to a certain level, they'll just be like, I don't care. I'm a legendary boss.
Oh
Like
my
they're
God, I
still hard
forgot.
for us.
Everything's an aggressive right now. Look, be defensive. Be defensive. I'm sorry.
Be defensive.
Be defensive.
Defensive.
Well, okay, well, look, now you have to finish the job. So you know what? You decided to take that on. Go for it. I'm not fighting them. I didn't take on this fight. You do it, Marshmallow. Go for it. I'm walking over here. You want to keep fighting? There you go. Thank you. Now we can go fight the bounty guy.
I suppose I should also build a bridge here to put. Nearly 1:30 a.m. I'm gonna head to Mount. Have a good sleep, Sim.
Oh,
Thank you.
God, you scared the crap out of me. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Mom.
We'll be there soon. We're gonna take a small break, guys, in a second, because, food, and we like food. Food delicious. And Valerie worked really hard to cook it, so we're gonna go spend a little bit of time with her. But then we'll be back. So I have to go find some place to hide out, don't I? Yeah. I've been smelling it for so long. I want it.
I have no idea what it is as well, but yeah.
You can smell it.
Mhm.
You're gonna go to bed. Have a good stream. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for hanging out, Sims. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. $2 more on the mobile and USD, so probably yeah, it's about the same. I'm completely reworking base stuff.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Been long overdue.
I ain't reworking shit at the base until I move it. Right.
Two in, two.
There we go. I'm gonna mute my mic and we'll be back.
Give me a second. Here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have a storage along. Do I want to up another one? I think I do want to up another one. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Okay, I go. And now as well. For food. I will be right back. I'll put myself on the be right back screen. Thank you for everyone for hanging out.